हेलो 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 चेक चेक चेक
ठीक है। चेक कर लिए। चेक कर रहा है, बोलना बोलो।
हेलो हेलो चेक 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 डिलीट रहेगा ही चेक चेक
आप
चेक चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही चेक चेक
आप
चेक चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा ही
फाइल में कुछ डालिए। वजन।
चेक डिलीट रहेगा
Yeah, I think I've unmuted myself now. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Am I perfect? Thank you everyone for joining us. We'll be starting in the next 1 minute. So if everyone can sort of just settle down, take their seats so that we can start with the panel. Okay, I think we. Yes. Thanks, Amrita. Okay, perfect, guys. So we will now be starting with the first panel of. I know it's 9:30 in the morning, but guys, please attention quickly for 2 minutes. If everyone can settle down. First and foremost, thank you to everyone for joining us at 9:30 on a Thursday morning. We really, really appreciate that. And we are truly honored to sort of inaugurate the first session of IIGF 2025. So thank you so much for Amrita ma'am, Anupam, and the team for having us here and, have us be the opener. So a lot of expectations on us, but thank you so much, as I said. And now we have our final panelist as well join us. So we will start with the first panel. The theme of is empowering every citizen with DPI, 10 years of impact, 10 more years of possibilities. And to give an introduction of what we're trying to achieve through this panel, I would like to request Mr. Mrunmo, who is the manager at Cheese Advisors, to sort of give a brief introduction and contextualize the panel. So, Mrunmo, over to you.
Thank you, Mimanthan. Very joining us as well as virtually for this session on empowering every citizen with DPI, 10 years of impact, 10 possibilities. First of all, I would like to thank the opportunity conduct this very app session, which is very timely as we complete 10 years of digital transformation in India, which is supported by digital public infrastructure. So just to context to this discussion, I'd just like to give on how we 10 years and what needs to be done in the next decade. So India over the last decade has seen a transformation where identity and data environment just digital services, but conditions that by from the foundation layer, identity and data to the ecosystem innovation. See, lockup digital. So, working on this transformation, scan digital transformation. Still last year at the UN scored the necessity of safe and responsible technology use, stating that digital public infrastructure must function as a bridge rather than a barrier. As technology is forward into the realm of intelligence like artificial intelligence, it's vital that we pause to explore how these breakthroughs can be shaped as forces for universal good, and whether the principles that we have achieved through EPI can be used for building it. On all these aspects, this discussion can society. How do we ensure that the next phase of DPI trust, ensures inclusivity, protects privacy, and continues to drive innovation at scale, creating a benchmark for inclusive digital transformation for the world? We're glad in shape, scaling and studying digital transformation and digital public infrastructure. This I look forward to the discussion and hope we insights to take forward.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrunmoy. I think that was the perfect sort of context setting for our panel. So I will first quickly give a brief introduction of our panelists as well. So we have Ms. Jyoti Pandey here who has joined us. She is currently the Regional Director of Internet Governance Project housed at Georgia Tech. So thank you so much, Jyoti, for joining us here. We have Mr. Kamesh Shekhar, who's the Associate Director at the Dialogue. He led the FinTech vertical at the Dialogue and also recently co-authored a report with me on the integration of AI within the DPI ecosystem. We have Mr. Sridhar Ganpati, who is joining us virtually, whose audio right now is a little audio visual is perhaps correct. So if we can fix that, it will be really helpful. He is a principal technology and innovation at Artha Global and has been researching heavily in the DPI ecosystem. And we have Ilya Shirazi, who's here representing Youth IGF India and has worked extensively on the inclusion aspect of DPI. So thank you so much to our panelists for joining us. And I'm Mimanthan Agarwal. I'm a program manager here at the Dialogue. So thank you so much to everyone for joining us. My quick opener for this panel before we delve into into the critical aspects of DPI is to sort of just get quick observations from our panelists on what they think has made the DPI ecosystem so impactful and so transformative, particularly for the Indian society, and why is it that the Indian model of DPI has been so unique and so different than the global ecosystems? Quick or a quick line on that. Perhaps we can start with Jyoti.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers of the India Internet Governance Forum for having me here. It is perhaps telling that the first session is on digital public infrastructure, because if we think about digital transformation in the last 10 years, what has been actually driving that transformation, like Mrinmoy mentioned, is our digital identity project, Aadhaar. It's UPI. UPI is a model that is being emulated. At the time we started UPI in India, it was largely seen as a competitor to existing payment networks like MasterCard and Visa. But now, in today's current geopolitical turn, it's become very much the kind of infrastructure that other countries are racing to build as they grapple with issues like technology sovereignty and what it means to have interdependent networks in a very geopolitically volatile environment. I think one of the reasons why DPI has been such a success is the scale of it, because bringing anything to a billion population is never easy, and doing it over a sustainable period and in a steadfast manner is equally challenging. And I think while every project has its own limitations and challenges, largely Aadhaar has become commonplace and well integrated in not just the digital economy but our broader economy in terms of identification. Similarly, UPI has become a model of how to enable peer-to-peer payments, where the infrastructure is in control of a particular country. And I think with Brazil and with the European UD wallet efforts, we're seeing a lot of other countries also jumping onto the bandwagon. Finally, I think the greatest advantage that the digital public, and I don't know if it's just an advantage, it is also a challenge in many ways, is that the term DPI has become very mainstream. But I feel the reason it has adapted so well to different contexts is because the definition is flexible enough to be able to be molded to what different countries are perceiving as their priorities in terms of technology governance. And I think while that is something that has suited the growth of DPI so far, it is one of the issues we'll need to hone down. And in terms of definition of what exactly is DPI, is how we will need to evolve.
Excellent point, Jyoti. In terms of what exactly is DPI, I think we've still not sort of nailed down what the definition is, but we will delve into that later. But perhaps, Sridhar, we can have some opening remarks from your end in terms of what do you think has made the Indian DPI ecosystem so unique and so transformative in its potential and impact?
Thanks, Mimhansa. I hope I'm audible.
You are audible, but perhaps the volume could be a little higher.
Perfect. Okay, great. So I think I fully agree with what Jyoti was saying about what stands out and what was important about the India experience. Being forced to build for scale, obviously, something that most other countries haven't had to think about, and the diversity and scale that we've had to deal with. And of course, trying to build domestic or sovereign solutions instead of being consumers of services and ecosystems built elsewhere is what has made it a model attractive to most developing economies around the world, which is why it's not just an India story now or something that uh, India has built and is trying to improve, but also something that is being emulated elsewhere, is being learned from, or even us being able to create a global community of other countries and partners who want to think about this as an alternative to, say, a MasterCard or Visa or card networks and so on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The interoperability aspect of it is something that we all are very well aware of, and truly it stands out. Kamesh, could we have perhaps opening remarks from you?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you, Mimansa, and thank you everyone for joining the panel early in the morning. Yeah, Mimansa was texting me, did I wake up? But yeah, so yeah, I think like my fellow panelists have already like covered most of the points, which has made DPIs to be something to be looked upon from the world. Just like brushing up on that aspects itself, like A is the interoperability like, aspect itself, right? Like for instance, if you look into your UPI, it has revolutionized payment systems. Like that's because like you can use any platform or anywhere, and like you can make your banking transaction. You don't need any form of like paper or any form of like agreements between the different banks for your transaction to happen. And also the very important aspect when we talk about interoperability here is that is like the quick payments, right? Like everything was instantly like things can be like done, and that reaches your last mile. And scalability is a big aspect, and I think like in India, like anything we do, it was going to get scaled because like with the population that we have. Another aspect, I think, like very importantly, like when we discuss a lot about DPI with the other global, counterparts, is that is like India has like moved ahead, like to look this innovation first and not really look it from a very conservative angle, because like if they really want to do something like a DPI in other countries, I think like a lot of regulations and a lot of like aspects might not be like favorable for like them to like first come up with such innovations. So I think like India has like there what India has done is that is the governance embeddedness, which also I think like Mr. Rahul Matan calls as the third wave of governance, where like where all the principles like your privacy, responsibility, transparency, everything is embedded within the design of the architecture itself, rather than looking as a patchwork above it. I think like these are the aspects I would like definitely say which makes DPI to be looking to be standing up aside. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Ilya?
My fellow speakers have covered all of it. Uh, am I audible? Yes. So I just want to talk about the experiences of people who I have worked with in rural India. And the good part is that the expanse of this country, the country is so, there are so many regions, the population is so high, and the journey of DPI is particularly commendable in the way it has eased everything and it has reduced bureaucratic errors, which used to be a lot. Whenever I go to a community from uh, specifically rural Uttar Pradesh where I have worked, so they do talk about that. Of course, there is less chance of bribery and stuff. So I think in that sense, DPI has done a lot for this country, but again, it has a huge way to go.
So a lot has been already covered, but a long way to go. And as she said, right, preventing leakages, preventing bureaucratic errors, these are important policy gaps that DPI has filled. However, there is a lot more progress to be done. So, Jyoti, I will come to you. Um, a decade of DPI deployment has been extremely transformative for the Indian society, and we all are aware of that. We all acknowledge that. But it has also perhaps introduced certain new limitations, some structural, some institutional. What shortcomings stand out to you? And do you think they are rooted in design choices or governance models?
Thanks so much. So I think DPI 1.0, as we refer to, the first evolution or the first decade of building DPIs in India, was a lot about scale. And a I think a direct result of that focus was that much of India stack, or what is now labeled as DPI, which is your identity, your payments, the earlier mechanisms of taking forward the idea of DPIs, they actually emerged outside of legislative oversight. And I think, that has had a significant impact on how these services and these mechanisms have got integrated in the digital economy. Technical choices, again, like in the case of Aadhaar, the APIs, the registries, the centralized authentication mechanism, a lot of these were kept outside of the sphere of public consultations. So let's not, while again, we see that with areas like ONDC, which are, part of DPI, that are actually part of the next evolution of building digital public infrastructure in India, we see a lot more public consultation. We see community-led networks that are actually integrated in the governance and the design of these, infrastructural or application layers from the beginning. But the foundations of what we know and understand as DPI today in India, which is UPI, your payments network, and identity, which is Aadhaar, did emerged in a regulatory vacuum. And going back in retrospect and fixing issues that you didn't account for at the beginning. So, for example, while like Kamesh rightly mentioned, there's, Mr. Mathan talks about techno-legal architecture. It is very difficult to think about Aadhaar in terms of that techno-legal architecture, because that privacy by design is not the de facto, it's not de facto integrated in the design, because the focus at the point of building the identity network from scratch was, of course, scale. And so, therefore, this is a governance challenge that I would imagine even going forward we will have to face, where we are building in a particular moment given certain priorities, but certain principles will need to be accounted for and integrated even as we pursue these other priorities, whether they are, competing against foreign providers, whether it is maintaining competition in your local digital economy, whether it is innovation, whether it is ensuring that legislative efforts are actually implemented on the ground. And what does that mean in terms of the architecture and shape of things to come? I think another key issue, in my opinion, that was definitely unique to the DPI 1.0 moment was that DPI was often governed by the same agencies that built it. And as scholars of public policy and governance, we're definitely taught that, you need to have boundaries between operator, regulator, and beneficiary, which is the industry. And I think a lot of these, and so not just Aadhaar, UPI today is, of course, a leading example of how a country can build a payments network, scale it, that can actually be widely adopted. And it's got so many wonderful things it's got to teach the world. But a fundamental question is it profitable? Is it making money for the players that have actually, put in a lot of effort to build these rails? So I think equity and ensuring that, access, these infrastructure is accessible, having certain governance principles integrated, and ensuring that, we're keeping a pace with market and innovation and technology development rather than being tied to our own best efforts. I think these are some of the challenges which I already see. So, for example, ONDC has a very market industry oriented focus, where they've learned from the identity and the payments. Profitability is a concern that is being raised right from the beginning, where communities are coming around these infrastructures. So I see a lot of I see these efforts moving in that direction. Probably we need a bit more focus and more forceful nudging rather than gentle nudging.
I think you've made wonderful points in terms of community-led governance, more public consultations, ensuring they're innovative and they're profitable in nature. I think I'll now like to go to Elia. In terms of DPIs, I think while of course we talk about scalability a lot, and considering we are a population of 1 billion plus, scalability has to be built in anything that is catering to the masses. Large swathes of population still sort of face connectivity gaps. There are digital literacy issues. There is a vast linguistic diversity in this country as well, and that sometimes can lead to, or can perhaps act as a barrier to meaningful adoption, right? So you have worked in the rural community in UP. What has your experience been, and how do you think we can sort of address some of these gaps in the DPI ecosystem?
So, initially stating the obvious, we all know that there is a huge digital literacy gap in the urban region, in the urban cities, and compared to the rural blocks. So whenever I've talked to people in these rural communities, I can tell you that in the last month, I have heard at least 50 cases of people just coming to the administrative office and complaining about their experiences, that they are not able to do their KYC. Someone else has registered on their name or something like that. With old women, there is a problem of biometric, because the wrinkled fingers are not getting detected. And then, of course, there is a language issue, because while we think of UP as a place that speaks Hindi, but even in each district, different type of Hindi is spoken. So uh, informal Hindi, for example, we'll say the word wall as diwar. They will say it as diwal, which I think uh, if we are to formal, because in DPI, whenever we try to adopt it to different languages, we try to translate it from English and we try to keep it to formal Hindi. And while men in those areas, they have always had access to mass communication channels, I think women, because they stay in their community because of the traditional gender roles, they stay in their community, it widens the gap between the gender gap as well, because these women are not able to understand the formal Hindi as well. And apart from that, grievance redressal, because as I said, they had to come to the administrative office with a memorandum, and they had to speak. So they had to talk to the rural journalism organizations regarding their issues. They were not simply able to complain. Call a number like the way we do with Mintra or other apps. Just call a number and tell about their problems. And again, connectivity is a major issue. As we are heading towards the adopting artificial intelligence, we also have to keep this in mind, that artificial intelligence uses a lot of data, which is not accessible to a lot of regions. Because if I were to talk about the Narega, the scheme that provides welfare to people, in UP there is access to basic internet, I would say. But then I have also worked in Jharkhand, where there were complaints that the NMMS app, which is an attendance app, they are not able to open the NMMS app because there is no network in the Oregon area of Jharkhand. So when we are talking about progressing, when we are talking about this journey, we have to have the supporting infrastructure that comes with these things. And again, another issue is that the cultural local contexts are very different. So if I have to talk about the gender divide as well, while women have access to phones, they have their own phones now in a lot of regions. What happens is that even I think I've seen that in my own family, that the phone that women have, it becomes a public thing. Even the child uses the phone, and the husband can access things on the phone. So we were working with the self-help group, and we wanted the women to start noting their financial transactions on an app. But they do not want to disclose their finances with their husband because domestic violence. So this was also an issue. So maybe we can use models that are actually considerate of the local nuances. We can talk to the local people, local intermediaries, and perhaps we can introduce mass notifications for these things or different profiles within these apps. So such things. And also, if I were to talk about a solution, I feel that we, we have been training the frontline workers, but I have a there was this capacity building module that was introduced by BBC Media Action and Arman NGO, which basically uses the keypad phone. You can call a specific number and they will teach you through phone, which does not use internet at all. So I think these kind of capacity building things can help with digital literacy.
I think you've pointed out certain very practical challenges that everyday people and people from different communities face. So, Kamesh, I'd like to now go next to you. I mean, these are very practical challenges that people every day are facing. We wrote a report on integration of AI with the DPI ecosystem, and the idea was to sort of look at how AI can mitigate some of these challenges. So, do you think a technology like AI, but not just limited to AI, other emerging technologies can perhaps fix this gap or solve for these problems?
Um, Thank you so much, Mimansa and Alia. Very excellent points in terms of like practical, you know, gaps that we actually see. Very important aspect that you spoke about is the women users, right? Like sometimes we kind of actually look at as like a single entity, but like when it comes to the use case of women, it's very very different. And you know, a lot of studies have actually like spoke about those aspects as well. So definitely, I think like Mimansa, to your point that like you know, artificial intelligence can solve a lot of these issues, and it's already solving some of these issues. But I think like we have a long way to go because like you know, as a technology, artificial intelligence is also evolving. So you know, in addition to like you know how the DPI ecosystem is evolving. So, but just bringing some experience from our paper itself, that like you know, we kind of like categorize some of the solutions into like you know, 5 categories we could actually like you know put them into, right? Like how AI can be integrated within DPI and help in the last mile as well, right? Like starting from first aspect itself is like your experience enhancement. So how can we actually improve the you know experience that people have with an interface like DPI itself, right? So there again, like I think like some of your points which comes into picture is that like you know the accent and like in enunciation of words can be like you know incorporated within these things. Like for instance, Bashini is working very very you know day and night into like make ensuring that like that language barrier is to be like you know tackled. Another aspect which you know during the dialogues research as well as previous stint of mine comes out is that knowledge access gap. I think like you know most of them really don't understand how to use these technologies better, right? So we are talking about somebody who already has that kind of a literacy or has that kind of like a hold over a digital you know ecosystem or a digital infrastructure. But when you talk about last mile, like I don't think so a lot of people still understand how these technologies work and what these technologies could really do when it comes to like you know value creation for them. So knowledge access is another aspect where like artificial intelligence could definitely like help. We have seen IVR systems like you know helping there in terms of like providing them where do you really have to like you know go about doing. For instance, example, Gramvani does a lot of work on that, especially on the grievance redressal bit which you spoke about. But I think like you know as we move forward, a lot AI can do, especially with agentic AI coming into picture. Like we should maybe see how the knowledge can be looked into. And I think like various ways are there, but like I think like two important aspects like I would want to like actually go about like pointing out is security and fraud, which I think like it's a very important aspects, especially when we are talking in the last mile. So there are a lot of research actually shows that like you know though we see that middlemen or like middle people are being eliminated in this, there are like you know use cases or like case studies where it shows that there are frauds happening, right? How can we actually solve that? Because like if you're going to talk about uptake and scaling of this technology, solving for security is also one of the you know aspects that has to be like you know taken into consideration. Finally, I think one aspect I wanted to like talk about is the you know decision making. So there again, like solution can like definitely AI solutions could like help when it comes to like how do you go about taking any form of like decisions. Because like you know at this point of time, like data that we are talking about is used by like bigger players or at the very macro level, right? When we talk about like decision making at the you know household level, or for like for that matter at a woman level, the how artificial intelligence could really help them with like that kind of a legacy data that they have could also be very well you know supportive in terms of taking some decisions when it comes to health, when it comes to like financial you know decisions and all of those aspects. So I think like there's a long way to go, but like we do see some solutions picking up in our paper. We went about looking into how these things are like you know happening. For instance, within Aadhaar, like we have started now looking into how facial authentication is important, where like your thumb is not working, how face could be one of it. But again, like deepfakes is a problem. So like then how do you like actually solve for it is like the next way forward. So within UPI you have hello UPI, which kind of like talks to the people who use you know not using the, you know, smartphones and like feature phones. So but like how that is going to like feature with artificial intelligence intersection has to be looked into. So I'll pause there, but like yeah, Nivansa, back to you.
Uh, Amrit, you wanted to get in.
But it's a commission. I'll just move take a step back. So, so- so- slides. To be is accessibility. It's, it's- and so, so I trying to to explain, but also on how we can look essence so that innovation can be above those layers. And see, so actually can set up
Very important point. I think our efforts has to be both at LLM as well as SLM levels. So we are also like thinking of like how we move towards those aspects as well. That's a great point.
But so building on what Mrinmoy said, which is a lot of the DPI infrastructure perhaps is based on the DEPA framework, which is more privacy enhancing, is a privacy enhancing tool. So Sridhar, I want to now come to you, which is similar safeguards. What safeguards do you think are currently missing in the DPI version 1.0? What system level, infrastructure level safeguards or principles essentially you believe should be embedded in the next phase of the DPI ecosystem that were perhaps missing in the first phase?
Thanks, Mimansa. I think I don't know about missing, but reflecting on what we are calling as version 1.0, it looks like a 10-year journey, but in reality, it's 20 years because around 2005 is when RBI, with their Institute for Development and Research in Banking Technology, rolled out NEFT and RTGS. That's around the time when the National Population Register was being discussed, which eventually became one of the Aadhaar alternatives that were being discussed in 2014. And that's around the same time when RTI also came about. So uh, digital service and infrastructure that was largely being provisioned by the state, its instrumentalities, and the central banks, etc. A lot of it began there. And by 2015, we had a fairly mature ecosystem of what we knew what needed to be built, what infrastructure and services were needed. And at that point, safeguards weren't being thought about as something for DPI or digital. It was around safeguards for how do you keep the state accountable? How do you make sure anything is transparent? It could be uh, work register in a panchayat or a digital system for that example. But now, because DPI is starting to play a huge role in how citizens and businesses interact with the state and with each other, the thinking around safeguards and risks is maturing quite a bit. The Universal DPI Safeguards Initiative is one where the idea is to bring together ecosystem learnings and contributions for improved safety and inclusion. And apart from the I or topics that all the other panelists have spoken about. The obvious one is, of course, data protection, which we're finally seeing some movement on. And one safeguard that's unique to the digital ecosystem that needs a lot of consideration and thought going forward is the idea of data portability. Because, like the session is emphasizing, it's been a decade of DPI enabled interactions, if I may call it that. And that's a lot of valuable information. How this is governed is going to be really critical because that will in turn decide what adoption looks like and what business models we come up with. So I'd say broadly for any kind of DPI that we're thinking of as potential solutions or platforms or infrastructure, thinking about data portability and the associated data rights and data governance is going to be extremely crucial.
So just building on that, as we've acknowledged added scaling, rapidly, there is an understanding of DPI related risks as well. Anything that stands out to you on that front? As DPI is scaling and maturing in our society, and it's been increasingly integrated into public services, private interactions with the state as well. So, what foundational risks are you seeing emerging that need to be addressed immediately? Data protection is one you mentioned. Beyond that, do you see anything else?
Beyond data protection, I think, and this is an inherent problem with the scale that we're operating at, right? So exclusion is a huge issue, and inclusion targets are inherently in moving goalposts. There's only so much you can achieve with a certain solution and set of capabilities in a window, and then it shifts to asking for more and doing more. So in the India experience, like other panelists have mentioned, we've leveraged smartphones and high-speed internet really well in this phase of DPI adoption. So barriers like having a bank branch or ATM physically, or being in a specific location to prove your identity for retirement payouts, those are the kind of things that may have been with different degrees of success tackled. But specific structural barriers like smartphone ownership and use by women, for example, that was spoken about earlier, that's something that we haven't been able to do. So I'd say more attention to groups who still haven't been able to participate in these systems because of digital, financial, and functional literacy. I'd say that's the big gap that we're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sridhar. So, Jyoti, in your previous remarks, you had mentioned that perhaps, Aadhaar, UPI, when they were being envisaged, just because of the sort of goal with which they were, they came into being, which is public service delivery, perhaps they were out of the legislative ambit, right? And there were not enough governance structures that were established around it. Now there is more consultation with the ONDC coming in, so on and so forth. So I just wanted to understand, what is your perspective on what do you think how DPI governance must evolve to ensure greater accountability and transparency, right? So that it truly sort of centers the citizen. And especially in the coming DPI architecture, which is your ONDCs and your DigiLocker, as they evolve and as they scale, governance mechanisms do you want to see be embedded in these structures?
Thanks. Just to build off what my previous panelists said, I think some of the limitations in DPI 1.0 were both design choices and governance failures. So the design choices of heavy centralization, tight coupling, between components, which made the systems rather inflexible and prone to cascading failures, which is largely the case of exclusions, not tying in very, very robust data collection mechanisms with the, identity authentication mechanisms has led to a trust deficit. And finally, like one of the other issues that I think people have on this panel touched upon is that DPI is critical infrastructure. And with increasing geopolitical and cyber risks, DPI cannot survive on best effort security models. So I think while we are thinking about privacy and data protection, security has to be at the forefront, because now with scale, we have also created centralized points of failure. And it is our duty to ensure that, the risks that are emerging around it are being mitigated on war footing. On governance failures, while it is interesting to note that there has been an evolution in terms of the industry and communities that are coalescing around DPI applications, in terms of how they talk about these efforts, there is opacity in decision making even today. Citizens often don't know what data was collected, who accessed that data, and why. So to Sridhar's point, we need data interoperability, but we also need data transparency, which needs to become a culture. As Mrinmoy was talking about, we have legal architectures that we are exploring, like DEPA, where we are relying on the idea of consent and a user's choice to guide how they use data and how they use it to transform and integrate and interact with the digital economy. But you cannot rely on a concept like consent without informing the user about where the data is going, how it is being collected, what are the possible uses of it in the future, etc. So I think in terms of digital literacy around data, particularly, we have miles to go. Another issue that has not been really mitigated, even in the upcoming new applications around DPI, is vendor lock-ins. From Aadhaar to UPI to ONDC to account aggregator, we see this constant tension between trying to balance innovation, which rightly so, because our markets and our industry is not that mature, coalesces around certain folks with the knowledge and the resources to be able to pull through these applications. And I think that's something we need to address. So connectivity, literacy, linguistic diversity, trust deficits all matter. But if we had to pick one, it would be trust, because trust amplifies everything else. You can build the most elegant digital architecture in the world, but if citizens do not trust the system, its data practices, its grievance mechanisms, its intentions, adoption will flatline. And I think to build trust, we need clear legal limits on data use. We need auditability of algorithms, registries, governance mechanisms. We've had instances where certain so-called DPI applications have refused to provide information to the CAG. And you cannot claim the label of public infrastructure when you're not similarly adopting transparent practices around how you govern this very digital public infrastructure. Local intermediaries and community organizations need to be integrated much more, especially given the maturity of our legal frameworks, which is DEPA, DP, DPA, etc. And finally, I feel we are also really lacking in terms of independent oversight. I think the digital economy in India has matured, but the conversations around governance are not maturing in tandem. When I joined tech policy in 2014, one of the most interesting bills that was being talked about was the convergence bill. Today, everything is converging. Infrastructure and applications are not as distinct, but we're not having that kind of conversation around how do we bring together these converged risks? How do we build, economy-wide safeguards, and how do we adopt world best practices on security? I'll stop at that.
Incredible points, Jyoti, and the convergence aspect of it. I think you're particularly bang on. And something that Jyoti mentioned in her answer was the trust angle, right? Like trust will lead to more adoption, and we need to ensure that the public has trust in these systems. Considering you have worked, Elia, in the community, how do you sort of foster these trust? Do you have technology measures, governance measures? What is it practically? What solutions do you see that will help foster that?
Point I think that I've noticed is a bit not that it would be easily underestimated. So the design interface of the apps that are created. So we are, because we have access to internet, our design senses are constantly evolving, but then there is a sense of government designs that are created by the government, the banners that are created by the government in rural areas, which uses very bold colors and stuff like that. So it really focusing on that while designing such apps, focusing on the UI will help in building trust. And again, of course, local intermediaries are important. Capacity building modules are important. Trainings using different NGOs at the local level is important. And I also think that there should be some consultation from the people who are in those areas, because we can sit in this room and talk about all the recommendations that we have, but we do not know what is actually happening there. We also always will give an outsider perspective. So it is always better to include people to some extent. I realize that it is an issue with the expanse of this country, but but we should try to make it more participatory. So
Thank you. And I mean, sometimes the most obvious solution is often overlooked, unfortunately, and this is what you highlighted in your answer. But building on the participatory nature, which Aliyah mentioned in her answer, Sridhar, I wanted to ask you. forms of collaborations, perhaps between government, between academia, industry, and civil society, will be essential to building DPI systems that are resilient, future ready, and globally competitive. I would also request you to keep your answer short because I've been told that we are at the end of the panel. Sorry. So, yeah.
Sure. Uh, I'd say maybe building on what's already been said, it's probably stakeholder consultations. We've made quite a bit of progress on how we collaborate on that front, but just giving people the opportunity to participate, making sure the opportunity is accessible to everyone, acknowledging and recognizing the learnings and takeaways from such opportunities, where industry or civil society or academia provides their perspective, and finding ways to incorporate them into the thinking of DPI deployments is where we need more improvement, and focusing on these entry points can create other avenues for collaboration, whether it's assessments, technical support, or as ecosystem participants as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think I would just like to now close with Kamesh, which is just as we end this now, what final message would you perhaps offer policymakers as India aspires to build a DPI that is not only intelligent and future proof, but also inclusive and deeply equitable?
Thanks, Mohammed. So I think like I'm going to re-emphasize the point which Jyoti mentioned. I think when we talk about DPI, two important aspect which is not yet like very well researched and discussed is competition and business model. So I mean like there is a lot of like work that has to be going into place. Like, do we need more DPIs? Right, like I mean, like when I talk about more DPIs, not in different sectors, rather within the do we need something like UPI? One more UPI is needed. Do we also, like when we talk about Oknanda Cricketer, the major point is that is like there is no business model, there's no value creation. So I think like those aspects has to also be like picked up, and I think I'll pause there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we could go on discussing DPIs perhaps forever. Mrinmoy, did you have any concluding remarks?
Hello. Thanks. About the app. Uh, just like seeing how we can do.
Much, Mrinmoy, and thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you. A big shout out to our panelists, Sridhar, Kamesh, Elia, and Jyoti for joining us. And thank you to IIGF for giving us this opportunity, and hope the conference, you guys have an excellent first day at the conference. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, folks.
And
Oh, please. Oh, nothing. How to find it? You want to figure out now because good. Perfect. You can in the muscle. I did that. So this is the wow. Very good story for one from business. Wow, thank you. When people say they see that it's so simple, let me at a point. So this is what we do for AI. How I can we know. How deep we are planning complex here. Yeah. I think the next
Check, check.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hello. Check 1 2. T.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. I am Soumya AK. I'm an Associate Director at the Indian Governance and Policy Project. Thank you all for joining us today. This morning's panel focuses on something that we've been increasingly discussing in our work and in our policy conversations: child safety in AI-enabled environments. Now, of course, online child safety has always been a crucial issue, but India's huge and growing digital population, the increasingly young age at which children access devices, and frankly, how tech savvy this generation is, makes this discussion paramount. I'll be grounding this in some numbers. India is home to 430 to 450 million children and young people under the age of 18. That's more than the entire population of the United States. And most of them are not passive consumers of technology. They're growing up with it, forming their earliest understanding of intelligence, their sense of self, perception, how to view relationships around with it. From recommendation algorithms that help them curate what they should watch, what they should learn, what they should read, AI conversational systems that tell them how to let their deepest, darkest secrets be told without fear of being judged, help them with their homework, help them with relationship advice when they're slightly older, to immersive gaming platforms. AI is fundamentally shaping how this generation learns, connects, and expresses itself. Now, no doubt these tools offer extraordinary possibilities, but they also introduce evolving risks that our existing legal and regulatory frameworks were simply not built to address. Long-standing harms find their place in statutory frameworks, like grooming and child sexual exploitation. But these are being amplified by AI scale and its precision targeting. I'll take an example. A recent case involved a child who received AI-generated images in compromising positions. These images were then used for financial extortion and sexual extortion. Now, this falls within the realm of harms we all recognize. They're criminal harms. However, technology has amplified both the ease and the impact. But beyond this, what we are seeing are an entirely new range of concerns that are emerging. Parasocial relationships with conversational AI systems that blur that line between companionship and dependency. Deepfake content that shapes what children believe to be real. AI-generated influencers that market products and sometimes ideologies without full disclosure. Emotional manipulation through algorithmic design. And all of this happens at a speed that honestly traditional content moderation cannot tackle and makes it quite inadequate. Now, India's policy response has evolved. We have POCSO, we have the IT rules, we have the DPDP Act, and they're all essential instruments, but they were built primarily for post-facto enforcement. While the recent DPDP rules introduce some design-level protections like parental consent requirements, prohibitions on behavioral tracking, we still lack comprehensive safety by design standards specifically for AI-enabled services accessed by children. Now, and I know we hear it all the time, but this challenge is compounded by India's unique context. Our linguistic diversity, the prevalence of shared device usage across families, varying levels of parental digital literacy, and gaps in digital awareness. I will give you another example to explain exactly why this matters. Another case, a young boy fixated with a character he meets on an AI companion app. His parents were tech aware, they monitored his usage, and they still missed it. Why? They didn't recognize the logo, they didn't understand the app's function, they didn't know what warning signs to look out for, or how addictive seemingly simple interactions would eventually become. Now, these realities underscore the need for context-sensitive and proactive interventions and a whole of society approach. I know it's a phrase that we use quite a bit, but today's fantastic panel will actually help us figure out what it actually means in practice and how it can be truly effective. We have a great panel that brings voices across the stakeholder spectrum. And over the next hour, we will unpack what child safety by design standards should mean in AI environments. And that requires something that brings together civil society, educators, researchers, parents, and young people themselves as co-designers of solution. We're going to explore broadly how are these risks evolving? What does harm look like at such a huge scale? What is the role of the state? Should it be an enabler of co-regulatory ecosystems so that we balance both innovation and accountability? And of course, we look at how do platforms embed meaningful safeguards and move beyond reactive responses to proactive design standards. I have spoken enough, so without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Sachin once again. Thank you, everyone. Welcome all.
Can on? Okay. Hi everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I'm just going to take a minute to introduce this very distinguished panel. Firstly, Kavita Ayagiri, welcome, Country Director of Girl Effect. Secondly, Rakesh Maheshwari, sir, former bureaucrat and mentor to many of us in the tech policy space. We have also Nama Bose from the Asian School of Cyber Laws and Nishant Singh from Youth Ki Awaaz. So, Kavita, if I could begin with you, I think, you know, it's a very interesting moment for us to be having this conversation. We are in November 2025, almost exactly 25 years to the day since the Information Technology Act was enacted, which is the law that we have right now for cyber policy issues. But as the introductory comments indicated, we are on the cusp of a brave new world. What are you seeing as some of the problems that children and young adults are facing online in this brave new world that those of us in the legal and policy space, you know, maybe we are still fighting the earlier battles. So can you introduce us to what's actually the new horizon, the new battlefront that is there that we now need to focus on in the next 25 years going forward? So over to you.
I'm really sorry to say that the world has just become scarier. The reason it's become scarier is because I don't think even adults are fully grasping where it's going or where it's headed. I think that by itself makes children more vulnerable because it's not as if their parents or their teachers or even people at policy level truly understand the dangers that are going to come or could come, or it's all in a way, you know, it's almost as if sci-fi land has happened and you're still figuring things out. So I feel that given that at Girl Effect, we've started a project called Control Shift Respect, which is all about internet safety. And our basic formative research with young people, you know, who are mobile, who just, everybody's on the mobile, okay? Everybody wants a smartphone. Girls do, boys do. The fact is, the minute you access the mobile, you want to be on social media. You want to experiment. You want to explore. It's part of the monster, I would say. You know, it's so addictive. So everybody is exploring, experimenting, making friends. It has become the way to kind of reach out to people. It's also become a way for self-expression. Like if you want to say something, you want to put it out. And that includes both people who are positive and both people who are negative. So I feel that the new world that we're entering into has a lot of harms that can happen because not many people understand it. The young people want to explore it, so you cannot really prevent people now at their fingertips. And the third thing which I feel which is very, very important is I don't think the full extent of where it can lead to is understood either by the person or by the parent or by a police person or by a policy person. So it's very difficult to, it's almost as if when a problem happens, you are grappling for a situation, for a solution rather than you are able to preempt a situation and solve for it. So I think that's the world that we are in. Unfortunately, it has arrived. I don't think it is where we are. what we find in our research is with young people, mostly it is, so we want girls to be on the net. We want them to take the opportunity of, being out there, exploring digital opportunities. But they're also exposing themselves to all the harms that are happening simultaneously because they're getting friend requests, they're being scammed. There is, it is the way where, young people communicate with one another. So a lot of texting is very, very common. When does it change to sexting? When does it change to image exchange? When it changes to somebody stalking you? When it changes to somebody wanting to, know more details about you than you're willing to kind of divulge? It's all in the realm of possibility. And you cannot predict when it's going to happen. Neither can a parent. So what is happening is we want girls to be out there, and you don't want parents to be restrictive. So you want parents to allow them, and they're also allowing them. I mean, I'm hardly seeing parents who are saying, okay, no mobiles. I don't think that world exists any longer, whether you're, in a higher spectrum of income or a lower spectrum of income. I think it's very well understood that a mobile is needed just for safety, security, be able to know that where is my daughter, where is my son at this point in time. And because of that, and you are not monitoring their internet activity, you cannot. I mean, again, it is not something children will allow you to do, no matter how much you try to do it. So there is a realm of danger in all this. And I think that's what we have to talk about. Really, what is it that we can do? And I feel platforms, unfortunately, are at the helm of this. They are enabling a lot of access. So without having reining in platform, I don't think we can solve for this at all. I mean, at an individual level, it's really, really difficult. Let's say my child, some image has been leaked and it's on the net and it's being circulated. What can I do as a parent? I cannot. I need the platform to come forward. I need some authorities to come and make it mandatory. I need that. So I need legal systems to be in my side. I need support systems who can assist me in this, in this path. So I feel that really is where the crux lies, unfortunately. So I think you would better be able to comment on this than me. But I think people who work in the space probably are better equipped to say what needs to be done.
Sure. Yeah, Rakesh sir, if you could come to you, you mentioned, Kavita, you mentioned platforms. And Rakesh sir, roughly, I would say, out of the 25 years of the IT Act, a lot of work has been done by various stakeholders in the last 10 years, government, platforms, civil society, academia, to reach some kind of a consensus, maybe uneasy consensus about, okay, where does the responsibility of platforms start? What is the role of government? And that uneasy consensus seems to be that, okay, platforms have a role and responsibility, but more or less it is reactive. So there is a harm which takes place, perhaps government notifies platforms and then platforms take the baton from there. Now, so as we are hearing, there is perhaps a call coming for saying that going forward, that in the age of AI, that uneasy consensus is no longer satisfactory. Your thoughts, sir, on how do we go forward after all that hard work that was put in the context of UGC and Web 2.0? Now we are faced with a new beast. So your thoughts, how do we go forward?
Yeah, so first of all, good morning. And see, this is something which is evolving and will continue to evolve at a much, much faster speed than what government can actually do. And therefore, at any given time, the best strategy is to maybe work in collaboration with the stakeholders and continue to develop policies, continue to develop maybe rules and regulations, which are also flexible and which do take care of maybe the general or the specific platform or platform specific issues. Having said so, maybe when we talked of IT intermediary rules, we did state particularly with respect to significant social media platforms, that they have a responsibility to make a continuous effort to maybe detect child sexual related abuse or something which has already been detected on their platforms. And this was done not, once again, I mean, completely in isolation. There were earlier a case being, heard in Supreme Court, which constituted a committee, including the government, including the lawyers who were stakeholders, including amicus and the tech platforms. So it was sort of a consensus recommendations based on which we also realized that in lots of cases, what we call as a hash, a resilient hash, photo DNA and video DNA. So a resilient sort of a hash technologies and such technologies are available, which therefore can prevent uploading of already detected material on their platforms. So that was one side of it. The second side was, so in a way, it is proactive part. The second was also maybe on a reactive part, that if something goes wrong, the platform must be able to act fast, not only in terms of acknowledgement, but also in terms of resolution. That was also introduced, when we talked of 3.2b, probably in the IT intermediary rules. Now comes the other proactive part, which is when the user interacts with the platform, and as to what kind of communication between the user and the platform can happen, and how can the user be made aware of maybe his or her responsibilities, as well as maybe empowerment that they have. So at this interface is where government will have to continuously maybe work towards. Rule 3.1b talked about it. When we are talking of synthetic generated information, SGI, and the amendments, proposed amendments, once again, there is a lot of responsibility which has been casted between the platform and the user as to, so indirectly, there is an effort to educate the user as to what is in that particular context, SGI and other things. Having said so, what's the solution? Going forward, what's the solution? Particularly in the context of AI and generative AI, so far we were always thinking that there is an intermediary and then there is a publisher. You are neither, you are ideally, there is nothing called as intermediary today. There is no perfect intermediary, there is no perfect publisher. But this generative AI platforms, by definition, are neither intermediaries nor publishers. And hence, any rule that you try to make out through IT Act, through IT rules, will always fall short of it, which therefore requires some sort of a legal intervention, regulatory intervention. Regulatory intervention either in the form of, normally government had been doing by way of advisories. Advisories are good intent, but do not have the power of the law. And what is therefore lacking in the present IT, in the present, I'll say, ecosystem, whether it is DPDP or IT Act, particularly in the context of IT Act, is the governance part. When things go wrong, so once again, it's not that it is reactive. First of all, it's a deterrent. So there is a proactive part, but definitely if things have gone wrong, as to how do we really make either the platforms accountable or the users accountable. So on the platform part, and on the user part, therefore, maybe a mechanism has to be brought in, a governance structure has to be brought in, which is not really effective today, nor it is going to be effective even in the DPDP scenario, because the scope is limited, more relating to privacy rather than, which is a very important thing, but not the only thing. And therefore, in time to come, I do believe, maybe this is my only question, and hence I'm taking a bit more time. In time to come, you have to have, I believe, sort of a cyber space authority, maybe because government in between had been talking of cyber safety institute, whatever you may constitute. So there are always two aspects. One is the policy aspects, the other is the regulatory aspects, promotional aspects and the regulatory aspects. On the promotion front, on the policy front, maybe the advisory organizations, policy advocacy organizations have already been working a lot. What we fail to understand is that given the scenario, I mean, where we are operating, simply issuing all goody things don't work. Therefore, sort of level 1, level 2, and level 3, what we had developed as part of MIB guidelines, I mean, MIB rules, that we cast responsibility directly on the platforms, not necessary in the form of publisher, whichever platform you are. We clearly cast a responsibility on some self-regulating body. And if things escape, and to maybe to help the SRB, the government comes in, wherein the standards are communicated, the whatever, I mean, frameworks are required to be there, broad level guidelines are issued, and thereafter SRBs take care. But if anything still escapes or anything requires action at a higher level, then ideally government should have enough of infrastructure. Infrastructure means not in terms of, actually infrastructure is in terms of governance framework, wherein you are able to take it and you are able to maybe take action either on the platform, which is mostly in terms of financial penalties, or in terms of users also, wherein a user should have a fear of maybe getting offloaded, at least offloaded from the platform. And if it is a criminal liability, then go in for criminal trial.
Thank you, sir. Nama, if I could come to you and to the side of the table that, along with Nishant, represents the young generation, the next generation. Am I correct in saying that you are Gen Z?
Yes.
You qualify? Okay, great.
Yes.
So we have an official representative of Gen Z here. So where are we old fogies going wrong in terms of our thoughts on this? And just to hone in on what Rakesh sir said and early speakers and even the introductory remarks, there is some legal infrastructure in place, right? The IT Act is there. Rakesh sir mentioned the SGI rules, the DPDP Act. So India already seems to have taken some baby steps in terms of in the direction of this conversation about AI. But you and I were talking before the session began about international best practices. What are your thoughts on some of the concerns that even Kavita is raising about we are on this cusp of this new frontier and we need solutions. So anything from the international scene that we can draw upon? Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Before I actually get into the international best practices, I'd actually take a moment to just recall this one story. So back in 2024 and 2023, we were running digital literacy campaigns in schools, wherein we had the intention of teaching children about online grooming. So I walked into an assembly line and we had students from class 9th, grade 9 to grade 12. And I asked the question, how many of you are on social media? Not a single hand. So I just got this idea and I said that all teachers, can you please close your eyes for 1 second? And then I re-asked this question that how many of you are on social media? Not a single hand. I remember there was not a single hand that was down anymore. All of them were up. So that is one thing that I feel that older people should realize, that there should be no stigma attached with your kids who are above 13 being on social media platforms, because that just leads to secrecy, and secrecy can never be good for children, because they're on this platform, they're probably talking to strangers online, and that creates a very dangerous situation for them. Coming to what I feel we can learn from international best practices and what we should incorporate in the current policy framework Safety by design, that was something that even Rakesh sir has spoken about, even sir has spoken about. We've constantly had this word, safety by design. Currently, in the last 1 year, India has done a lot. The government front has done a lot. There have been India AI guidelines. However, the focus on minors, the focus on children has been missing. That has been one soft, weak spot that we can notice. If we look to the United Kingdom has done extensive work and they have these 15 guidelines, which are loose, they're flexible guidelines that all platforms must ensure, so that instead of a post facto approach, we have preventive guidelines. If safety is incorporated already, for example, one of the things that they do is that they ensure that the highest level of privacy is there by default for children. So that already ensures that when the child comes also and interacts with the online world, is in a safe space. We are trying to create a safe space. The intention is not, and this is something I think the Gen Zs will all agree with me, that our intention is not to say that kids, please don't use AI, kids, please don't come on social media platforms. No, absolutely do. We are not in that world anymore, because now we know that any kind of bans only creates more people using it in more secret formats with a lot of stigma around it. And they won't even be able to approach. Another thing that I just thought of when Sir was also speaking, that there has to be a clear guideline for what happens when things have gone wrong. And these guidelines need to be available to and taught to children. Because a one-time workshop, I go in, I conduct a one-time workshop, I tell students that, please try not to talk to strangers online. But now they've already started to speak to a stranger online. They believe that this person is probably a school student, because nowadays AI can also help you create and personalize a proper profile, a proper person. You'll feel like you're interacting with a person, except this person doesn't exist. Now, what does this child do when they realize that they're in a problem? They cannot go to their parents and their teachers because they don't know that they're on social media. So out of fear, they don't approach them. Through a one-time workshop, I may have told them the possible platforms that they can approach and put in a complaint. But how much of that will they retain and complain? So this is one more thing I feel, that there should be a curriculum, a clear curriculum for children on digital safety and how to interact with the digital world. And if something goes wrong, a step-by-step module on what to do next to keep yourself safe. Because often in situations like this, they get into a bigger problem. Now they continue to get into the soup and they never come out of it. They're only getting they're almost prone to getting sexually assaulted in real life also, because from the digital world, the conversion to real life spaces happens very quickly. And this is something that we have seen in a lot of cases, that children interact and then they're interacting, and then suddenly they're like, okay, let's meet offline. So these problems can become much larger without stakeholder involvement. Another international approach, there's a working group by the European Union's Digital Board, and the working group focuses on protection of minors. They have stated that we need digital literacy for children. That is something even UNICEF is working on. So that needs to be brought into India. India also needs to ensure digital literacy. Like it was said in the opening statements also, that there is no digital literacy and there is a very differential digital literacy for all the parents. So that is something that needs to be done. Even in smaller cities, the conversation about AI generated images, that is not yet permeated. So that needs to come through the curriculum that is taught in schools, through all the stakeholder involvements, and through the platforms that are regulating, that have the responsibility on them to regulate and to see to it that children come to no harm. So that is how I see.
Thank you for that. Nishant, if I could come to you, I think our second official Gen Z member, if I'm correct. So Nishant,
unfortunately, that is not correct.
Oh, not correct. Okay. So you're
I try to behave as one.
Okay, that's okay. You can give their perspective nonetheless. Nishant, we've had a description of the problem from Kavita about, based on her experience and expertise, that we are seeing something new and unprecedented. We've had Rakesh sir and Amma talk about moving from a reactive to a proactive approach. Your thoughts from a research perspective on what this Gen AI challenge, this new beast is all about, and thoughts on how we can go forward.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll take that as a suggestive question to say things without going out of depth, because I know this room is full of people who work with governance, institutions, regulations, legal side of it, and I don't have that background, so I don't want to say anything wrong. But we do conduct, rather than going that way, I'll probably start with, we do believe that none of the policies can be based on an imagined child or an imagined person. So that's where the role comes in. And as a platform, for people who are not aware of it, this is a space which has over 18 years become a community of writers and therefore readers. And people take both roles on Youth Ki Awaaz. And that gives us an opportunity to call it as a space of youth expressions as if youth are citizens without like bringing them in a room and saying that behave as citizens. So based on that, I think we do understand that there is a certain aspiration, certain a charm, certain acceptance for using AI. That is what we are understanding. Um, and in the broader climate, there is, and I'm very thankful of Nama because she actually talked about exactly those things, that there is a lot of fear, there is a lot of taboo, there is a lot of sort of intent to question and probably suppress the use in some ways. Uh, uh, and the language is one of spreading more fear, and so young people think that they're doing something probably wrong in terms of using these tools, but they still think that it's helping them, because we conducted the survey, and our national study, found out that when people are using AI, they're thinking that they're becoming more social isolated, but they think that it's helping them. And there are a lot of contradictions in the survey that we have pointed out, including that they think that they're not likely to talk to a person about the issues that they say think AI is helping them, but they still think that there are issues with using AI. So I think young people, and for us, young people are 15 to 30 years. Of course, 13 to 15 is a group that we can still be little bit careful about what their tendencies are. But if we say 15 to 30 as a young people, I think there is a certain critical awareness already present. They are approaching these tools, they are using these tools to get benefits because there is an absence of anything else. For example, coping for mental health, issues. I mean, we call them mental health issues, but for them, it's like lack of any companion who can understand them. And that we found out that a lot of people find that this is the best companion they had. For a lot of people, we cannot generalize that on an average this is helping everyone, but for a lot of people who did not find a good companion, this is providing them a very good companionship, what they find helpful. And we know there is a slippery side of it, that the more, I mean, it may become something totally different, and we know through certain cases and incidents that this is probably a risk associated with that. But talking about AI as companionship, and saying that using that as a companion or looking for that as a companion is bad, is something that is going to be very risky for anyone, for any young person, is not going to help, not going to engage young people at all. What can what and we have to understand the root cause of it. I mean, the policy route may have other things to deal with, like how to think of these things as legal entities and institutional entities and so on and so forth. But in everyday life, the interaction with AI is simply happening because the traditional conventional institutions have failed. And so we have to recognize and start from there. And there the responsibility have to come in. Of course, I'm not repeating the things, all of the things I kind of agree with what have been said, that responsibility is also on the companies who are building these apps, and they should be building responsible apps. And there are a lot of companies who are in very shady business. We should recognize that, and there should be regulations to not let that kind of business to float. But we also saw that 90% of the people are using ChatGPT in India in our surveys. And I think other people are also finding that ChatGPT is the default. And also probably exclusively the only big player in the market right now. Other apps and other things are probably very niche. So that's a different kind of problem that we might have to look at. If we look at it as a public policy problem, then we have to look at it as a tool providing option to chat about your personal issues most of the times. Not many people are using for other activities, for example, generating images or we found that not many people have reported, at least. I mean, survey, so we have to take that as a conservative estimate. But not many people are using it even for sexual companionship, right? They're just talking about day to day, which they cannot talk to anybody else. They're not finding anybody else to talk to. That's the most prevalent use of AI. And I think I've been to a couple of rooms of this sort where we have discussed policy, and I've really underlined this part that yes, there are certain extreme cases which we have to take as critical while designing the policy, so that we design safe by design a sort of principle. But we have to know that at this moment and in the coming future, the most prevalent use, dominant use is going to be using it for chat. And while doing the design, it should not harm people to, worsen their mental health and so on and so forth, while deciding the responsibilities of all the stakeholders, because it's not going to help the young people and the culture they have built around these things. And there's a reason for it. So institutions have to take responsibility, family including, schools including, I think civil society and the organizations who work with children of all sorts, including philanthropies who work on this kind of fund. They have to really be careful about what kind of messaging, what kind of campaigns are built. I think there a lot of results and results to make the interaction safe is going to be.
Thank you. So I guess just one more round of questions from me, and I don't know if we have space for audience questions. Maybe we can come to that. But Kavita, I could come back to you. There has been a discussion about proactive approaches. You were talking about platforms and the concerns arising from them. But what about what Nishant, admittedly not Gen Z, but that's okay, young enough, has said about other institutions in society? What about the role of parents? What about the role of schools, of teachers, other caregivers? Any thoughts on how they can come in and now moving forward, as we were saying, from 2025, how when we look at non-legal solutions, strictly speaking, a more whole of society approach, your thoughts on this point that Nishant has made about how these other actors can come in and play a role?
Sure. I think, what I've gathered from what Nishant is saying and what others have said also is that the reason young people are turning to AI and is because of the ease of access is one part of it. Two, they're getting the answers which they cannot go to others for. And three, there is obviously a level of privacy and confidentiality in what they're sharing. I mean, I would share with my best friend, right? But there are things that you don't share with your best friend. There are issues that you tell your parents, and then there are issues that you do not tell your parents. Teachers, I think you try not to tell anything. You stay away from them. So I'm just saying that that's society for you, and that's how it's been built. So I don't think that's going to change. My only solution is like one of the solutions that we've tried is ethical AI by design again, building solutions. So we have something called a chatbot called Bolbehen. We have one called Big Sis in South Africa, where what we've tried, again, it's a chatbot which is enabled with AI. It is about sexual reproductive health, relationships, mental well-being, and the fourth, this thing is on technology-facilitated gender-based violence. It is to educate people and help nudge them to talk to the bot, which is like a sister, and discuss with the bot what concerns they have. Again, while designing it, we've gone to the people with whom we have designed it for. So young people have been involved in the design of this bot. The questions, the way it's answered is in a system. The AI has been trained on material which experts have validated. So it's not going out there and looking at the whole web and giving you answers. I think one of the very big things which is a need is to have keywords which when are typed in, you are able to raise an alarm. You know, like if somebody is typing in words which are concerning, there has to be a recognition of those words, and immediately it should set off an alarm bell that somebody is typing in things which is definitely leading to self-harm or leading to, issues which you need an intervention from. So I feel recognizing these words and having a system, I'm not a tech person, but I feel that is also possible in the realm of a possibility these days, that you coin the number of words you feel are really harmful. And you recognize the AI is trained to recognize this and sets off an alarm which at least alerts a parent, alerts a second person to intervene in that. I don't think there is any other way we can monitor. That's the way I feel. So one part of it is to design with the people. Second part of it is to train the AI on completely expert, verified, credible, proper information. I mean, like when we talk about sexual reproductive health, nobody's going to talk. Nobody is going to talk to a teacher about it. Nobody will try and go to a doctor about it. You are going to go to your phone and you're going to look at solutions which are available on your phone. So I think if there is of concern information being typed in to ask for a solution, I think we have to be able to recognize that this is something which could lead to self-harm. Even if it could be anything. It could be people seeking an abortion. It could be people saying that somebody is threatening me, of leaking my images, my nude images online. Or somebody this is not something you're going to tell a parent or a teacher. You will reluctantly, I mean, you have to be really stressed out to go and tell somebody about it. Yeah. So I really feel the solution therefore also lies in what is creating the problem. The monster has to also be your counselor and also has to be a solution provider. That's at least my take on it.
Absolutely, thank you. And Rakesh sir, if I could come to you. What we are hearing, of course, you talked very clearly about a proactive approach, sir. But what we're hearing from Kavita now and Nishant earlier is, what about having, a self-regulatory or co-regulatory approach, or an organic approach wherein civil society steps in, perhaps to work with platforms to achieve a viable solution? Could that, instead of a proactive approach, be a better way forward? And then just a quick addendum says that, 30 years ago, when the first internet law was passed, you made a very interesting point about intermediaries and publishers and AI platforms. At that time in the US 30 years ago, platforms, UGC platforms, were almost designated as publishers. And that the last moment the law changed. As a result, 30 years later, we are here in terms of the internet and what benefits it has given us. Will we be killing the baby in its cradle, the AI baby, if we go with a proactive approach as opposed to a civil society-led approach that Kavita and Nishant are talking about? Your thoughts, sir? And then this will be the last question to the others, and we'll close. Yeah.
In fact, in any of such emerging tech, whatever government may do will turn out to be insufficient. And therefore, it's always the co-regulatory approach that will have to be adopted, wherein certain principles are laid down. And because left to itself, we have seen industry also doesn't come together because of maybe diverse interests. There are, I mean, big players, there are small players, their interests are different. And therefore, saying that maybe just going for a self-regulatory approach, actually, at least whatever experience I have, has not really worked. So therefore, some bit of nudging from the government side has to happen. Some bit of threatening also has to happen, not because you want to threaten, but because you want people to come together. That's precisely we saw in the case of OTT platforms, and particularly with 9.1 of the rules, which in a way talked of level 1, level 2, level 3 sort of things being annulled by the courts. The OTT is still agreed, and I believe even in the online news platforms scenario, they are having a good number of SRBs to really maybe at least give some sort of a directions to their stakeholder platforms. Having said so, I'll just like to take maybe one more minute. The government of India per se has got a ISEA program, Information Security Education and Awareness Program, which in my view is something, I mean, where as of today, we were already covering, say, children, girls, teachers, parents, whatever category you can think of, government officers, law enforcement agencies in vernacular languages for different kind of platforms. Therefore, this is yet another, maybe now that we are talking of new set of risks, maybe a focused set of, I'll say, stakeholders which are being impacted. So while we talk of safety by design, we can also think of, maybe while you were talking about the curriculum things and other things, other aspects, similar aspects, there under this umbrella program, why don't we develop and maybe why not we facilitate them developing sort of train the trainer, wherein teachers, counselors, parents, whoever, I mean, maybe just people who have moved out of Gen Z and want to, I mean, so people who can still be maybe trusted by the new generation are the ones who are trained to be able to understand their problems and have a solution. I mean, legal, technical, as well as psychological.
Thank you. Nama, your closing thoughts.
Just to add, I mean, it's very beautifully said. I really liked what Kavita ma'am has also said, that we need to recognize the keywords. That is something that is very essential, because when they're speaking to these chatbots and they're coming up with really big problems, initially they come up with smaller problems that, okay, I'm talking to this boy, this is what has gone wrong. Then it becomes things like they're accessing healthcare and they're not accessing healthcare rather, and they're choosing to believe a chatbot. So there needs to be some kind of a recognition platform and like some kind of a keyword recognition that alerts somebody. Also, another thing is verifiable age consent. That is something that has been spoken about in the DPDP. We do not know how, after Rule 10 coming into place, how this will play out and how the whole virtual token thing will happen. But for all I know is that Chat GPT has never asked me for my age. So I may have been a 10-year-old asking really, really questionable questions, right? Absolutely. And so it also comes down to it that if I'm accessing ChatGPT, there has been this unfortunate case wherein this boy had asked for certain self-harm techniques. ChatGPT provided it. It led to a very tragic circumstance of his death. So it is coming in very real time. We can see the problems that are there. And we do need a co-regulatory approach. The government should definitely push. That is definitely needed, because the platforms are told that you do it on your own. They aren't doing it. That is there. So we do need the government to push platforms to incorporate all of this when they're designing AI chatbots, when they're designing any platform, when social media platforms are there. And we need a proper guide by guide, a step by step solution for any child who accesses such chatbots or who's even looking on social media to, maybe there's a cyberbullying case and there is some kind of an image. That image is AI generated. How do they complain about it? Who do they go to? Can there be a assurance that they have that their parents might not be informed? Because there are some people coming from smaller cities who would prefer, and I've heard this also from a student, that ma'am, I would prefer to die than to go to my parents. And I was like, what? But that is
That was right.
so it is true. So if somebody prefers death over going to their parents, then you'd have to give them an assurance that yes, you can file a complaint without this being escalated that side. So those are the kind of things that need to be kept in mind.
Thank you. Nishant, last word to you. And let me just say that you definitely belong amongst these experts and people who are here. So yeah, over to you for final thoughts.
Yeah. Just few things. I mean, I think we recognize that corporations who are building these models and pushing them and building a business out of it have the primary responsibility, the first responsibility, and there has to be regulation coming out. I mean, to rein in. And and who will do that and how to do that. I think that's where my inputs were, that it has to come from the responsibilities that institutions have, and their role may be different for different individuals in their different contexts. So we cannot have one single thing that is schools should do this, or school should only be guiding people, or parents should be, because sometimes you can have very healthy relationship with parents, and most of the time you may not have, and similarly with the schools, and so on and so forth. The children's lives are very entangled lives. And that's where this is proving a magic for them. So we have to recognize that. And I think in the end, it has to be more about saving AI from these corporations, and it will automatically work for young people, and that will save children, and not save children from AI sort of messaging. So I think that's where I.
Thank you. On that poetic note, we'll end the session. I think lots of interesting thoughts about ways forward, and I think we'll definitely be coming back to you folks as we go along this AI journey in the next 25 years. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Now I think we have a mementos presentation by Mr. Dhruv Dodi. He is currently engaged with Y India and member of the IAB board, also co-chair of IETF. Thank you, sir.
My bag. Let me just collect my bag also. Again, we don't have to get. Thank you.
Yes. Should I? No. Audio भी audio है
Rahadra Drain in Old Silambur. The e-waste market houses over 5,000 illegal Hello. Hello, welcome everyone to this critical session at IIGA 2025. Today we will focus on the vital issue in India's digital economy, e-waste and its intersection with caste, gender and religion. E-waste management, particularly in the informal sector, remain largely invisible in public and private discourse, yet it is the heart of India's digital circular economy. Our conversation today will center on the urgent need for more inclusive policy of e-waste workers who are the marginalized community. Globally, in regards to electronic goods, the leaner model of digital device economy encourage a disposable culture whereby the consumer is encouraged to buy new electronic product instead of repairing and reusing them. In India, the problem is even more exacerbated with increasing digital consumption where infrastructure, awareness, and culture of repair and reuse are scarce. Such culture does not just add to continuing environmental degradation through excessive mining of precarious metals, raising forest cover, and accumulation of e-waste, but also exploitation of human labor at the lowest rung of global economic order. So before we move on to our speakers, I want to give a brief summary of Digital Empowerment Foundation's Digital Green Prakriya, an initiative aimed at improving condition of e-waste workers. Rooted in the philosophies of circular economy, the Digital Empowerment Foundation piloted an initiative called Digital Green Prakriya during 2022 and 2023 with help of micro grant of Association for Progressive Communication in two locations, Nu and Chanchalgoda. So towards the stated problem, the underlying goal of initiative are threefold. Firstly, fostering eco-conscious culture behavior and changes in the community towards digital device circularity, including eco-conscious consumption patterns targeted to reduce carbon footprint per household. Secondly, a community-based digital device managing facility that supports better responsible management and participation in digital usage. So with that, I welcome Dr. Syed Kazi, Director of Council for Social and Digital Development. Sir has been an ICTD professional for over 20 years. He specializes in digital for development and has worked pan-India and now focuses in Northeast region. Currently, he's a director at the Council for Social and Digital Development, a research policy and implementation organization with focus on Northeast. He is founder of Northeast Development Foundation and founding director at Improving Public Library Movement Foundation. He is creator of Northeast CSR Forum, and Rural Udyamati Network. He is an MPhil and PhD from Center of Study of Law and Governments, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, India. He is native of Assam, India. We also have Mr. Ram, who has joined us virtually. He's multidisciplinary professional and doctoral candidate at IIT Hyderabad, bridging business strategy with anthropological research and insight, with an education background that includes an MPhil and MA in anthropology, as well as an MBA and BBM. He specializes in qualitative techniques such as ethnographic inquiry to inform strategies for enterprise, government, and nonprofit organizations. Currently investigating electronic waste and circular economy. His recent consulting work involved ethnographic studies. He has recently worked for Institute for Public Enterprise, USP Pharmaceuticals, building upon diverse career history that spans IT project management, HR, and corporate social responsibility. So with that, I direct questions to Dr. Kazi, who will be, yes. Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Ram, who will be talking on the topic of policy, accountability, and legal framework. So, sir, could you explain some specific examples of governments or legal gap that contribute to the continued exclusion of marginalized work.
Thank you, Alfia. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, hi. So, policy patchwork in India when it comes to electronic waste. I'm sorry, yeah, policy patchwork. There is policy, but it's pretty patchy in the way it is implemented. So, I mean, there has been a graded improvement in the way policy covers how e-waste is dealt with. But the latest revision was made in 2020, Rules 2024. I think it's about 2024. I mean, 2022 was the law, and 2024 was the revision of the rules. So whatever done and said, what our policy in India does not do is it does not help encompass the whole gamut of dealing with e-waste. Even with so much of 15, 20 years of policy progress, 80 to upwards of 85% of Indian e-waste is um, still processed in an informal way. And this is without protections. This is without, I mean, most of India's e-waste is recycled mostly by the lower economic and people from the lower economic strata without really any protections of either health or economic or anything like that. So when your law does not, so if that is one part of the problem, the law itself does not say how to formalize it. It is how to get the informal into the formal. That is where you can give protections to people. That is where only when the informal becomes formal is when the law will actually succeed in what it intends to do. When a lot of these work, 85% is out of the gamut of the law. So the law really doesn't have what it takes to be able to deal with electronic waste in the most sensible ways. And protections for people, even to come with policies and procedures, it just doesn't happen that way. So what I am looking at in my PhD work is beliefs, articulation, and implementation of e-waste policy in formal organizations. Even within formal organizations, I have interviewed quite a few number of organizations. The reason I'm telling about formal organizations is I want to juxtapose the informal and the formal. As it is bad in the formal. So you can only imagine how much worse it is the for the informal sector. Even within the formal sector, if you there was a small little analysis I did where I asked leadership, management, and associate level individuals and how they look at e-waste. So what e-waste is considered even something that needs to be looked at only by the management. The middle layer doesn't really think about it much because it doesn't really affect their bottom line. And when it comes to the associate level, they just really do not care. And even so I'm talking about the 15%, which is formal. And even at the management level, 9 out of 10 times what people have told me in my research is they do it only because it is mandated either by law or because their partners, their international partners require that whoever they are doing business with have the certain electronic waste management practices with them. So this at the outset, if this is the formal way our laws are looking at electronic waste, when you come to the informal sector, it's a complete disarray. The government does not really provide any kind of ways to formalize, bring the 85% into the gamut of the 100%. And as an extension of caste and a lot of Indian recycling and cleaning and happens with the lower castes and the lower economic strata. So electronic weight just goes into that without really any ways for a better adaptation and a better way of dealing with electronic waste. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Since we touched on a topic of gender and caste also, so I want to direct this question to Dr. Kasi. I want to ask, how do gender, caste, and religion intersect the shape and roles and experience of workers in India's informal e-waste sector?
First of all, thank you. It's afternoon and also lunchtime is very close by. And thank you for inviting me. And I will go, thank you, Alfia, for raising this question. And also we heard Ram, he talked about few important perspective. And just before I speak to the point that you mentioned, I think but first of all, thank you all of you who are sitting here, because you may understand, you may know about what is, we are talking about digital circular economy, the e-waste, managing e-waste, which is very, because it's a waste at the end of the day. We are considering as a waste, and the mounting waste, invisible waste that is lying in the backyard, front yard, everywhere. So how much we are prepared to even to handle those, because for years we have been talking about e-waste. India is the second largest e-waste producer in the world. Number one. Second is 90 to 95%. Of course, the data is not static. But then as Ram mentioned, he faced 15% is formal, which means 85% to 90% is still in the informal domain of e-waste. Who is, in fact, who is collecting those e-waste? Who is using those e-waste? Who is doing what with those e-waste? The huge collection, millions of tons of e-waste is there. Do we see? We don't see. Because we don't see, because they are in certain clusters, certain backyards, certain slum areas and things like that. So having said that, I think, again, I'm saying, I'm just a little deviating just to connect with the point that you mentioned, is that our first work on e-waste has been in 2011, where we did a cross-country study on e-waste, the kind of the challenge at that point of time. Now, after 2011 until now, you can see the years of gaps that we have. And India has scaled up to that position of second largest e-waste producer since then. 2011 was a study we did. So you can imagine the kind of consumption that we are having and the kind of also the waste that we are generating in the country. Having said that, the Ministry of Environment and Forest has been quite proactive in terms of formalizing rules for e-waste management in terms of this e-waste management rules. And in 2016 was one of the major initiative that government took, and then subsequently some amendments had happened. But then these were part of the e-waste management rules, which means that there should be the producers should have certain responsibility in terms of taking back those e-waste and also recycling them, and also just collecting them, and also ensuring that they are goes into the formal system of collecting, dismantling, and so on and so forth, right? That was the kind of provisions we had. But then, interestingly, in 2021, that was a Minister of Environment and Forest. So I won't say surprisingly, but quite interestingly, in 2021, the Ministry of Information and Ministry of Electronics and IT, our own Ministry of Electronics and IT, they got a draft policy framework to discuss about circular economy in electronics and electrical sector. And the moment they brought out the draft policy document to consult the stakeholders, to discuss on all this, we were so happy because we are tracking at least what the government is talking about, because ultimately, until unless any government push is there, we cannot even think about having a concrete actions in terms of our behavior, in terms of our actions, in terms of our regulations and X, Y, Z. So we were quite happy in terms of that draft came up. And then consultations had happened with the stakeholders that how to deal with this e-waste also was an important segment of that policy draft. and we contributed to the policy document. And finally, in 2023, the policy action plan came up, and it is up in the website. You can kindly have a look. And it's such an interesting narrative of how India plans to envisage to deal with this whole humongous electronics and electrical waste, which we call e-waste, of course. But of course, in that, the electrical has been added up in that, because generally we talk about e-waste, but then the e-waste is electronic waste. But then in this circular economy policy action plan, the electrical components has been added up, which is quite synonymous, which is quite connected. So now, having said that, the policy action came up, and which was just 1 year back. But now we are all waiting, because when a policy action comes up, the whole governance structure has to come up. Who will implement? It talks about a committee, it talks about the management authority and things like that. So we are still waiting that how those structures of governance, even to deal with the e-waste management, e-waste governance will fall in place. We are waiting for those action lines. Having said that, now coming back to your point is that visit any Silampur area or any such, Silampur is the hub of e-waste, we all know, and the kind of conditions I remembered, I visited years back, not recently, and I think Alfie and the team has done some study recently. But then the kind of conditions they are, and the question that you mentioned about the religion aspect, the caste aspect, and the gender aspect in this whole e-waste framework, in the whole e-waste ground level ecosystem that exists. So certainly, जो भी लोग e-waste में, handling में, dismantling में, cleaning में, sprucing में, छटाई में, ये सब काम कर रहे हैं वहाँ जो clusters में, ये जो slum areas में, they are of course the lower segment of our Indian society hierarchy, which a lower segment means they are part of the lower segment of social and cultural and economic stratas, which means certainly the caste components will come into that. The religion component will come into that, because mostly you'll find Muslim people also doing there, and they are roji roti se chalta hai subah sham, and it looks quite happy, of course, because they are getting something. They're managing waste, they're getting scrappers, they are bringing out those important elements or dismantling them and selling them again. So there's a whole informal economy going on, by the way. Otherwise, ये लोग काम नहीं करते उसमें. सालों सालों तक हजारों लोग, लाखों लोग भी कहेंगे तो गलत नहीं होगा. Families involved in this informal economy, and involved इसीलिए है क्योंकि there is an economic component value in that. So having said that, these people, these religious components, obviously they are, because who are these people who are in this segment? Because जो already वो mainstream society में उनका ज़्यादा तवज्जो कम है, उनका समाज में social economic का तवज्जो importance कम है. तो यही लोग जाके वही अल्टीमेटली वही कचरा वाला काम करेंगे. आपका वेस्ट रैक पिकर्स कौन होंगे? वही जो मेन स्ट्रीम सोसाइटी में उनको सम्मान या स्टेचर या रिकॉग्निशन ये सब नहीं मिलता. अल्टीमेटली उनको तो जिंदगी जीना है. that they will find a way out कि जो जहाँ जिस सेक्टर में, जहाँ जिस फील्ड में वो लोग कम है, लोग काम करते कम है, वह लोग काम करने वाले कम होंगे, बिकॉज ऐसा कोई छूता नहीं है. नाक हम बंद कर लेते हैं, मुंह आप छुपा लेते हैं, हम मुंह बंद कर लेते हैं, बिकॉज गंदगी है, कचरा है. सो देयर इज अ पॉपुलेशन ऑल्सो, देयर इज एन इकोनॉमी बिहाइंड दैट. सो दीज आर द पीपल मेन स्ट्रीम सोसाइटी में जो जेंडर वाला कंपोनेंट उसमें ही शामिल है, बिकॉज वही जेंडर वुमेन जो उसमें काम करते हैं, दोज पीपल हु वर्क्स इन दोज clusters, this woman also falls into that lower socioeconomic strata. So ultimately, this household as an enterprise, they are household enterprise हो रहा है. Clusters, so आप जाएंगे देखिए हर घर में ये enterprises है. E-waste informal way of handling waste का enterprise चल रहा है. उसी से उनका रोजी रोटी, स्कूल बच्चों का फीस भी सब कुछ चल रहा है. Because they don't get the social protection, because they are not recognized as a labor force by the mainstream labor laws. And of course, we should all know that last week only the Prime Minister has launched officially the 4 labor codes, which has been assembly of so many other labor laws and legislation. So now question could be at the research, and for you also, the next level could be looking at those conditions of those labor force, which is an informal labor force. Informal ko hata dijiye, they are still a labor force. Informal economy, informal word ko hata dijiye, that's the economy, also informal economy. So ultimately, the point could be that studying those angles into the labor codes, how it's relevant to those segment. And again, I just concluding this point is that These are the women component, the gender component, the caste component, and the religious component is there in this economy. And since they are not getting a mainstream recognition, mainstream space to earn their livelihood, their recognition, their conditions, their survival, it's a question of survival for them. So that is they have to getting into all this. But going forward, I think the stakeholders, the government is to strongly consider to mainstream these communities, mainstream this economic community, and make them part of the lucrative, quote unquote, lucrative circular economy. I think maybe she will have more questions, and we will speak on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the candid conversation, sir. So, moving forward and carrying this conversation ahead, I want to ask Mr. Ram, can you tell us how can technology or innovation be leveraged to ensure safer and fairer working conditions while integrating informal workers into formal system of e-waste management?
First, when policies are made, or when formulating policies, or even when you're looking at making policies, how much of a consideration of the voices of these informal people are we taking? We I mean, when we make policy, when we make technology, we assume certain things that go into implementing that policy. But the ground reality of these informal workers are very different from what we consider a formal policy already subsumes or assumes that exists for it to be implemented. So without the voices of these informal people, of the informal economy, no matter what kind of technology you have, no matter what kind of a policy we make, I'm not sure how we will succeed. So having said that, whenever there is a policy that is being formulated, see, it's like the police, it's like the government or the pollution control board going and shutting down industries. We've all heard about pollution control boards going and shutting industries, and people, I mean, formal or informal, being afraid of them. But when have the pollution control boards actually sat with these informal people and said, see, this is what you're doing, but what can we do to, how can we incorporate your realities into bettering the whole process and the work conditions for you, for the informal economy too? Until that dialogue, until that kind of approach is taken, both with a policy and with technology. Example would be when it comes to electronic waste, Moradabad, a lot of times what is done is a black mass is created. I'm guessing everybody knows black mass, but for the benefit of those that do not know, black mass is, so you basically take all the electronic components, throw them into a furnace. Whatever will evaporate will evaporate. Things like plastics, the PCP boards or whatever. And what is left is one mass. It's like one black gola. It's like a black ball of rare earths or whatever materials that there are, the gold, the silver, the 15 and other elements in cell phones, and all of that, all the fumes. So, I mean, that is what they do, but they need capital, they need government support, they need protections, they need ways to kind of like not do this. So when we're creating policy, and they need technology for, is there innovation in, or technological innovation for smaller scale? Because right now, when you say electronic recycling, you have to have a certain huge scale to be able to recycle electronics. You should be a company that is acres and acres of land, or things like that. So even the technology that is being developed, it's being developed at a large scale. There is no small scale, at least what I know, there is hardly any small scale the technology that looks at electronic waste recycling, or circularizing the electronic waste in small batches. So that kind of technological innovations and also policy-wise, including them when you're even before formulating. So both of these need to be done. It needs to be democratized. At least in Hyderabad, where I am from, where I am looking at, if you say electronic waste, you're at least a few crores or a few hundred crores big. There is no electronic waste, recycling, circular economy, whatever you want to talk about once a waste is generated, nothing below crores. And when you're trying to get 85% of our people, the most disadvantaged of the disadvantaged people, into a formal economy, helping them work in better conditions, when the technology itself doesn't exist, I don't know how we'll be able to do that. That kind of technology needs to be innovated. Either get them that way or go to the 85%. One of the two. Both policy and technology.
Thank you, Mr. Ram. Since we touched on Indian context, so Mr. Kazi, I want to ask, how do global perspective on e-waste management compare with Indian context regarding caste and gender dynamic, or any other topic that you want to add to it?
Yeah, so what you're asking is the global perspective on e-waste vis-a-vis the people involved and vis-a-vis Indian context, right? So what we see is the three top e-waste producers in the world is US, China, and India. India is a second now. So there's a competition now, and more countries are also compete with each other who is the biggest e-waste producer. But then the three most are these countries, which shows the magnanimity of the digital society we talked about in the inaugural session, digital society, digital economy. And imagine the more we are more into all this rapid advancement, kind of back end this waste and the kind of challenges that we'll have. So having said that, there are examples in US, in China, and also in countries like Germany, how they are managing e-waste. And also because in those countries, of course, the social stratification that we in India we have, they don't have those kind of stratification as such, right? Of course, the racial considerations could be there, but the kind of stratification, even by the livelihood, even by the jobs, even by the economic stratification of our societies, which is now formalized, of course, formalized into social stratifications in our sociological and anthropological journey in Indian society. That is how. So having said that, in those Western perspective, the e-waste is a kind of industry-related component, economy-related component, back-end component. So if that could be managed with high-end technological innovations, investment in technologies, whether it's recycling, dismantling, repair, refurbishing, and all. So it's more of an economic perspective of looking into those managing e-waste related challenges in those countries, wherein you will see a lot of investment happening in terms of setting up recycling plants, refurbishing plants, and kind of investment they are making in China. They have a policy on this also. So, but in Indian context, when you look at this from a point of view, is that what is we have two way of looking at things is that in terms of the economy, whether the whole e-waste, this whole socio-economic dynamics, whether looking at as an economic, from the economic perspective, where certainly the government will realize that there is an economic lucrative component in that. Certainly we need to invest, we need to budget it out and invest in recycling plants. Repair and refurbishing should be promoted with the credit access to credit from the banks and all. Can we have concept of circular entrepreneurship where they can really manage these small enterprise? Could be startups could come up, and there are already certain startups that are coming in. So it's up to to us from the policy perspective also how we look at in terms of this segment of e-waste social economy, whether as a major economy push towards ensuring that they become part of this whole economic side of mainstream economy, and they can really contribute in terms of the kind of secondary raw materials that we require, which is very, very required. And there's a concept called urban mining. These are all mines. These are and Australia is doing a great work on this urban mining, because e-waste are seen as the urban mines, coal mines kind of a thing, urban mines. So the question is how we are looking from that point of view in our country in that context. If you're looking from the economic component, certainly that those social consideration we discussed a little while ago, those could get subsided, because now the economy is a priority, and that could be a leveling field for everyone. So that is, I look at that way. And also I would rather like to say that in India, I haven't seen so far yet, but we wish that this whole e-waste, the circular economy perspective on the electronic and electrical waste is coming from a national perspective. But what about the state level perspective in the states like Karnataka, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, in fact, and Tamil Nadu? These are all advancing IT society, digital societies, the kind of IT advancement that is happening. So where are the state level priorities in terms of also to deal with the e-waste and the kind of the circular economic component into that e-waste management? So I fear that until and unless the states also comes up with their own set of policies, own set of framework, I think that will be a challenge even in terms of managing those things, which we even don't know what is the data also talking about. Well, you just go and see what are the data that we're getting, the e-waste, which state is producing which, what kind of e-waste, the updated data. And also I go a little down further, because the district level, what kind of e-waste we generate, because ultimately at the end of the day, data is very, very important for us. So even the data from the district level, if at panchayat level also comes, we'll be more than happy, because panchayat is an administrative unit, because everything is happening. So those kind of structural elements, if it is in place, and at the same time, if the government, not only at the national level, at the state level, considers this is a purely economic considerations to talk about managing e-waste and connecting it to the circular principles, certainly I think the whole leveling of society and economy could be done enough. And the question of your gender, religion, caste things will certainly have a leveling field, and I think we'll not get into all those things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So since we talked about the socio-economic perspective and the legal framework, I think it's also important to talk about the health risk factors which are involved in the whole e-waste cycle. So Mr. Ram, can you please touch on the topic of health? And my question is, what long-term health impact have you identified among workers exposed to hazardous e-waste processing?
Like when I mentioned places like Moradabad and which are waste recycling, informal waste recycling hubs. One of the, like the Indian government has, there's an organization called CMET, Center for, they do a lot of innovation in terms of dealing with coming up with technology for recycling, especially the electronic ones. So, I mean, we really do not know, as a precursor to your question, what are the health effects on people? One thing we need to understand is no two batches of electronic waste are the same. In the entire world, no two buckets of electronic waste have the same composition. So standardizing electronic waste recycling is not something that our technology or policy at this point is able to address. So when you have a problem that has no set definition, the problem here being buckets of waste, when there is no set problem, how do you arrive at an answer? And it is not just one disease. A lot of times what happens is with informal recyclers are issues that they have with their breathing systems. And these are all carcinogenic metals and all sorts of metals. There's lead in it. There's all sorts of fumes in it. I mean, there's hardly also any studies done on informal health effects of uh, informal recycling. People, so the research so far is, yes, there are metals which health conditions are attributed to, but when you do not know a metal composition, see, it's not like you're in an industrial area where the same product is being produced, so you know it is affecting the people in that area only because of that one product being produced. When your affluent keeps changing, and every year products change their contents, and something new is added or something is taken off or something is morphed. So it is even the question of asking, the question itself is not watertight to get to an answer. So we have a problem so huge. So unless we look at first standardizing a question, I don't know if we'll be able to come to an answer. An example I'll give here is, see, I know I'm not directly answering you because there is no direct answer to it other than saying, yes, there are metals, yes, people fall sick. But taking an example here would be, let's assume something like an Apple, the Apple company. Apple company has this robot called Daisy. They've built this robot for recycling called Daisy. So any Apple product you put in that robot, it knows how to dismantle it. So like something like that needs to happen where like your right to repair that is coming up in Europe or most of the Western world where right to repair is coming up, you also need a right to recycle. Because all these resources are social resources. I mean, you can't keep digging for lithium or you can't keep digging for any rare earth metal forever. They are very finite resources. If you give companies right to produce, you also need to tell them you also have a duty to dispose, which is where we're failing. And you need to pin them down on that duty to recycle. So that connection needs to be made. I mean, like when you say right to repair, which means a company that is coming out with the product, along with selling the product, the day it starts selling the product, it is going to publish information on how to repair it. As an extension of that, it should also publish information of how to recycle it. That is when we know how to produce these bins of recycling bins where we can come to some kind of a standardization and say we're able to more efficiently recycle things and doesn't affect the health of people, or we're able to at least our question is straight up and watertight where we can get to an answer. You can't throw a googly and expect an answer. So the problem is huge. I mean, I'm sorry I don't have a direct answer to your question, but I wish I did, but the problem is just too messed up for us to get to an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Ram. So with that, the floor is open for question answers from the audience. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible? My question is to Dr. Kazi. My name is Devashish Bhattacharya. I represent a think tank, a knowledge-based economy, knowledge-based policy and regulatory think tank called Broadband India Forum. My question is actually, it's not a question. I'm just sort of providing some information on something very interesting which Dr. Kazi talked about, which is the Métis Circular Economy Policy of 2021, which after stakeholder consultation turned into an action plan in 2023. And it included the component, not only electronics, but it included electricals. I just wanted to inform Dr. Kazi that has gone a little further ahead. Now, telecom has also been included in this. Maybe you are not aware, So I'm just keeping you informed because we were involved in the discussion with the Department of Telecommunications, who have come out with a circular economy plan for the telecommunication sector. And there is an action plan which is now being planned as a follow-up to the circular economy plan. So I think the momentum has started with METI, and I think it's a great initiative. And we are seeing that encompass other sectors of the economy. And telecom, as you know, contributes a very major sector to the Indian economy. Our mobile devices are the largest, we are the largest exporter of mobile devices in the world. And as a result, so this has gained a lot of momentum. Telecom has also now encompassed as a part of it. That's the first point. The second point I wanted to bring out is Delhi's largest e-waste hub and one of the largest probably in India, Selampur. You talked about it. I read a news a couple of days ago where they said they're moving the Selampur hub, e-waste hub, to some registered or licensed e-waste plants. And as a result, some 5,000 odd workers are likely to be displaced and lose their livelihoods. So I was wondering that what is the thinking? I mean, of course, it's a positive development. We're moving from the informal sector to the formal sector. But as a result, have we thought through this whole thing? What is the implication of this for the people who are working there, their families who are dependent on that? Because that's an economy which you spoke about. By the way, it was a new learning for me, but I found it very interesting. What are we doing about those families? Are they getting absorbed in the new formal sector? Is it likely that is going to happen? Or what is the roadmap ahead? What is the thinking behind it? That's a question for you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think we know the work BIF is doing for years now. And I think I got an update from you that telecom equipment has been part of this now circular principles and economic framework. And this gives also could be a positive hope and the happiness. Again, I'm saying that because of high cost of telecom equipment, because of high cost of repairing telecom equipments, remote areas in India is not a small country. I just recently came from a village in Manipur. It's a Chiru Naga village. There's no connectivity, internet access and all. We had just set up a mesh network there. And the equipment we were procuring from Delhi, we were procuring from Bangalore, and then supplying those. See the cost involved also, the courier cost, the security checks and all those things. So I'm assuming that this whole incorporation of this telecom equipment in circular economic processes could also make the region in Northeast a hub of repair, refurbish of telecom equipments, where those components could be assembled, used at a low cost, sustainable, and used in those terrains, difficult terrains in the Himalayan states, because all Northeastern states are in the Himalayan belt. So I think this is one interesting perspective, and I will really certainly look into this thing more. The second point is that the government's push to, now there's a government push to create parks, this eco parks, the circular economic parks. There's a whole news and I know initiatives are coming up, which looks in a way very good, very formalized, very mainstreamed, very serious kind of an effort it looks like. So I think sharing a concern also myself is that of course, I'm not updated or I haven't gone through that process of detailing, looking into the perspective is that if Selampur is already an hub of, for years, for decades, is a hub of e-waste management, economy, livelihood, and all those perspectives, isn't already a park? It's already a kind of a park. It's already a cluster, economic cluster. And there are so many things to learn from those clusters, because they might have showed us many ways to deal with it. Are we ready to learn from them? हम सीखने के लिए तैयार हैं, उनका क्या processes है, इन प्रिंसिपल्स क्या है, किस तरह से हैंडल कर रहे हैं, क्या फ्लॉज है, क्या प्रोज एंड कॉन्स है, and incorporating those lessons also, and also developing that area as a cluster of circular economy around e-waste could have been a good idea, because already they are into a years and years of already embedded है उस जगह में. Silampur is known and all, so economy उससे ही बन सकता है. Already economy है informal economy, but खाली एक formal का एक रूप देने की जरूरत था या है. So that is with advanced technology that Ram has mentioned, the kind of devices, technology, innovations could have been deployed in those kind of dismantling, small equipment could have been given, that Ram has mentioned, those kind of efforts could have been made. But having said that, the displacement of so many households and all, I think that could be a disaster one, because already in the international circles, there's already a concern about the labor rights, the rights of these informal workers, उनका health hazards, उनका social security nets वगैरह, and उनका जो huge risk of lives they're living in. So ultimately, I think as a country, we also don't want to get into those kind of another kind of a narrative where we are not bothered about thousands of families which are already working in this domain. I'm sure government is very sincere and very obliged to consider those aspects, because lot of displacement will happen, livelihood and the suffering they will have. And provision should be made in terms of regulating them and also linking this both the park and the whole Silampur wala. There could be that linkage from this to that without dissecting completely biological discord ko kaatna nahi hai. What the linkages can be built around the bridge is very, very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for asking for the question. So the next is that we want to play a small documentary. The context of this documentary is it's our visit was part of a larger circular economy project under DEF aimed at mapping informal e-waste cluster and understanding how marginalized urban communities sustain themselves. So if we can have the documentary up. Okay. Okay. So can we have the documentary, then we can move on to the question.
Shahadra drain in Singapore. The e-waste market houses over 5,000 illegal e-waste processing units, as they do not possess official authorization for their activities, which represent only a fraction of this varied landscape, a toxic sink where electronic waste from across the globe is dismantled and processed. India currently has 178 registered e-waste recyclers accredited by the state government to process electronic waste. However, according to a report by Union Environment Ministry, many of these recyclers are not actually recycling. Some are simply storing the waste under hazardous conditions, while others lack the basic infrastructure or capacity to handle it properly. According to the E-Waste Management Rule 2016, it is clearly stated import of e-waste from outside India is only allowed under special circumstances. Despite the rule for a long time, e-waste from all the country as well as from developed countries in the West has landed up in Delhi's processing yards. Passing through the area from the metro to Old Sinampur, one can see a huge open dumping ground close to the open drain, which include all the processing of e-waste containing brominated flame retardant, lead, cardamom, mercury, compounds of hexavalent chromium, PVC, all of which have the potential of releasing dioxins and fluorons, laying down a breeding ground for diseases like reproductive problem, cancer, and alteration in hormone functions. They are often exposed to hazardous environment as they manually extract valuable metal such as copper, aluminium, silver, and iron from discarded wire. Women work in room close to these furnaces, separating and melting the outer layer of wire, child on her lap. while others sit outdoors using magnet and with bare hand to sort materials. Many remain excluded from basic entitlements such as maternity leave, cash facility, health insurance, and safeguards against workplace sexual harassment, leaving them vulnerable and unsupported. Since of any creche facility leaves the women choice but to either leave their children at home unsupervised or bring them along into unsafe, hazardous work environment where not only they are at risk but their children also. Most are employed on contractual basis, with women earning just around 250 to 300 per day, while men in the same roles receive fixed monthly salaries of rupees 13,000 to 15,000. Combined with inadequate safety measures, the exposure to toxic substances and poor working conditions poses long-term health risks for both women and their children. Walking in the dungeon street, it became clear that the absence of legal support was not just a policy gap, but a lived reality and an urgent need for regulatory action. Comprehensive workplace reform and gender equitable labor policies are critical for improving conditions in the e-waste industry.
With that, we come to the conclusion of this session. Yeah, so can we have T. Santosh, scientist at METI, for giving us the certificates and mentors?
A very good, a very good afternoon to all our attendees and participants. And I would like to extend a very warm welcome to this panel discussion on building a fair, accountable, and inclusive platform economy. This is being organized as part of IIGF by the Dialogue in partnership with Chase Advisors and the Indian Governance and Policy Project. My name is Dedipyaman Shukla. I work as an Associate Director at the Indian Governance and Policy Project, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to invite the panelists to commence the discussion. But before that, also do a little bit of context setting about the issue at hand. For the uninitiated, when we talk about gig work, there's certain characteristics that tend to embody it. First and foremost, this is short-term contract work that's time limited. There is flexibility in terms of hours and independent assignments. Another characteristic is that it may or may not be geographically tethered to a location. So we might see completely cloud-based or remote work as well. Now, the platforms that we are talking about today essentially aggregate the work at a single location, or at the very least, they work to eliminate some of the information asymmetries that exist between buyers and sellers of services. Now, when it comes to this, we have to also keep in mind that some digital technologies are used to enable this kind of capability. And some of that is also relevant to India's growth story. India itself is an emerging market, and it's an emerging market that we see gig work is most popular. Partly, this is due to a rapid pace of urbanization, which enables new kinds of opportunities. But at the same time, we have to see where the demographic, sociological, and economic situation leads us. As of now, India boasts of one of the largest, if not the largest, platform workforce in the world. And the Niti Aayog actually anticipates that this may go as much as 24 million gig workers by the end of this decade. That would comprise nearly 7% of India's total non-agricultural workforce. Now, in this environment, we also have a government which wants to modernize the workforce. And for that reason, they have enacted 4 new labor codes. One of them, the Code on Social Security, explicitly recognizes gig and platform work. Now, this leads us to what is a very exciting and interesting question right now, where a balance needs to be found, where the precise, innovative, and you could say economically beneficial capabilities of gig work, like its flexibility, etc., need to be balanced against the expectations, such as, for example, transparency in government. We talk about algorithmic governance of the gig workers themselves. We talk about issues of some kind of income stability when it comes to their the amount of money they're able to earn. So on all of these various issues, I'm very pleased to invite our panel today to start the discussion. We have the moderator, Mr. Anirban Deb, who works as the account director for Chase Advisors. And we also have a wonderful panel. I'll just briefly introduce them to start off with. Dr. Shaun Ray, who is visiting fellow at ICRIER. Dr. Dhanya, who is fellow and faculty member for the V.V. Giri National Labour Institute. Mr. Kazim Rizvi, who is the founding director at the Dialogue. And Ms. Meenu Maria Joseph, Deputy General Manager, Public Policy and Government Affairs for Porter. I would now request Mr. Anirban to start the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for setting the context, and I welcome all of you for this panel discussion on this emerging labor force of India. I think one important point he mentioned about having 24 million, which is around 7% of non-agri workforce. There is a very significant amount of workforce that is coming from the female side as well, with the women's coming into the organized labor force ecosystem and also the gig economy. So it has been raised like multifold increase as of 2024. So yeah, that is again in clusters and in metro urban cities like Bangalore, Bombay, and Delhi. So question arises, where are we? Where is India? I think the recent development of labor codes that has come out along not only from the central government, but we also have certain state governments who have notified, who have passed their bills from their state parliaments, be it Karnataka, Rajasthan being the first, and we also have Bihar. So yes, accordingly, I mean, within this, the growth aspect as well, there have been certain policy developments. Labor directive one, that is there, that was there last year. And the states, the EU states have another 2 years by December 2026, another 1 year by December 26 to implement that. So I guess I mean, from a country point of view, national level point of view, we are there. It is just that how adequately what design policy framework should be when it comes to especially the federal ecosystem, and how do it is well implemented so that the actual cause of these codes, social security to the gig workers and the gig economy platform workers, is something that they get. So with that, I think I mean, I welcome all the panelists as well. Thank you so much for taking out time uh, for this panel discussion. I also welcome Meenu, who's joining from Bangalore. Thank you, Meenu, for joining online. I will divide this entire discussion maybe into focusing on two specific themes. First is how are we strengthening the worker protection and the social security code? That's one, security. And the second aspect can also look at the governance regulation and the platform accountability. So with that, I think the first question, I will start with Kazim. Kazim, now that the labor codes are out, the rules are expected to be soon, although they were already in discussion for the last 2-3 years. What do you see the biggest on-ground challenges in terms of reaching these benefits to the gig workforce?
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you, Anirban. So I think very timely with the labor codes getting notified. I think it was last week, if I'm not wrong, the government issued it, and after a 5-year period, because in 2020 they had introduced the labor codes and there was a thorough consultation process. And then I think they waited for a good 4-5 years, and they must have taken more inputs from stakeholders. So I think it's a watershed moment when it comes to the protection of gig workers in India, right? To your question, Irman, I think there are 3 things I see which are going to be important in terms of implementing and operationalizing it the way the policymakers have envisaged. One is building the awareness with the gig workers at large, right? I think there's a long way to go in terms of going to them and explaining to them what it means for the workers, working with multiple organizations, or let's say cab aggregator platforms or food delivery platforms, because a lot of these gig workers are contractual employees in the sense that they work with multiple organizations and multiple companies. And that has been one feedback that, okay, because of this, they are not really proper, employees under the codes itself. So I think the awareness to go out and tell them about the benefits they have, the social security, the efforts of the platforms to build that corpus for them in terms of their welfare, right? I think that's going to be a very key challenge, a very key implementation part. The second is to work with the platforms now to operationalize this. And I think that's where I think more effort has to be done, where the ministry and the platforms have to come together, because we don't want to leave anything to sub interpretation in terms of what are the implications and what are the implementation aspects, what are the steps that you have to take as a platform to implement the code. So setting up the system, setting up the mechanism, having a clear outreach with your workers, making sure that they are receiving the right amount of support. They have a very fair grievance system, a redressal mechanism. They have a very fair system to make complaints, share their feedback, their views with the management. Because we've seen in the past that, it's not been an easy ride for the gig workers collectively, right? I mean, there are some instances which have come about in the media. And very recently, I think we read a few days ago, there was another instance where I think drivers from a cab aggregator platform were not happy with the way they've been dealt with. So here the role of an intermediary becomes important. That's my third point, is the labor codes. And I think the regulator will play a very critical role to hold platforms accountable, but also to ensure that whatever is promised is gig workers are able to receive those benefits, those, the all the positives of the code itself, and having the right set of mechanism for complaint. But it's well looked into by the gig workers as well, that they are aware of their rights, and to the effect that they can fight for those rights. I think that will be important.
I think very well said points, especially when it comes to awareness, especially when it comes to having a mechanism in place. The role of not only intermediaries, but I also believe the role of the central government, the role of the state government, because eventually it all boils down to how the state governments are implementing this. I think I'll move to Dr. Dhanya here. Dr. Hanya, where all these points that were raised by Kasim, and there have been certain gaps that have been in the media by both sides of the ecosystem, be it industry or the gig workers group as well. Do you see do the social security codes protection reflect the realities of the platform work? On top of that, given the state mechanism, the state regulatory mechanism is also there. What is what do you think the way forward would be when it comes to the overall implementation? Because state governments will have to play a larger role here in terms of implementing this.
Thanks, Anirban. And we have been working on this area for quite a long time. And we did a lot of things, like we were looking at and what would be the number of gig workers for 2047. It was almost at 62 million. So you all might have read that report. So it's like if you look at in the another way, when you compare with other workers, when you look back to construction workers or any other workers, and this is something which is like every day it is increasing. And not only the workers and the business itself, the business models and everything is in that way. And also it's not controlled. And even not only in Indian context. And when you look at, we don't have a survey, national level survey for gig and platform workers, not only in India, in any of the countries, because I was part of the employment working group in G20. Then what I understood, no country have a national level survey. But we all talk about numbers from our own PLFS, as you know that in Indian context, we have PLFS survey, periodical labor force survey. With that, we will make the methodology, and with that, we will say that with a particular methodology which is suiting for these gig workers. And we say that this is the number, 7.7 million in 2021. Then again, it is something on 24 million in 30. And again, I'm talking about 62 million. This is what the main aspect is, that you have to find out they are the national survey is an immediate urgent one, which we have to do before looking at the social security aspects. And social security is mainly, this is another important aspect. And at the same time, because you know that the social security code, this is actually a broad umbrella from the central level, and then the state has to like make their own way, like their own looking at their own labor market transitions. So this is another aspect. For example, you must have seen that Tamil Nadu have these electronic vehicle subsidies for gig workers, and also this Karnataka have this social security cess. So all this, so it means that the central government is making an umbrella, then you have to choose it and you have to make it accordingly. So this is what, and also social security, especially in the social security code, it talks that it's almost 1.2% of aggregator side, and it's almost turnover, annual turnover. It will be going for the social security fund. Then again, then state has to look into each of these aspects and come with their own tailored policy mechanism. So that we have to wait for actually.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanya. Dr. Sehan, from an economic perspective, how do you assume the impact of the newly security framework that is in? And I'm talking about more from a productivity angle. I'm also talking about more from an earnings angle. And how, from an overall, from a bird's eye view, what will be the total output? How will it react? The entire labor market will react to this.
Thank you, Anirban. I think in fact, this conversation is really a very timely moment. So, the thing is that, sorry. So, we know that the codes have been notified. Now, so the problem that is, coming up is that, what has the code said actually? The code has said mandated that the aggregators contribute 1 to 2% of annual turnover, and that is capped at 5%. And this is going to go into a social security fund, right? And the framework is going to create the scope for accidents, health, and other old age benefits. So the social security, which was actually missing from our labor codes. Now, the thing is that, but there are certain things that it hasn't done. And I think I'll talk about that because that becomes very important. And it answers the question that you're talking about income. So it is actually not a guarantee for minimum wage or minimum guaranteed earnings. And so in that context, basically how it is implemented, as Dhanya said, it is, and Kazim also said, it is going to be very, very important. It does talk about the occupation. It doesn't, in fact, talk about the occupational safety and the working conditions, because that is another very important point that affects workers. And finally, I think also the in terms of the bargaining power of gig workers. It doesn't really talk about that. So in some sense, what you have to basically see is that this is a beginning that you have made. And it has provided you with a framework for discussing these issues as the code gets implemented in the center, as well as the states that are already doing so. All of these issues will become probably will become discussed and will probably come into the code. And so in terms of contribution, whether in terms of income or GDP, I think then it is too premature to say anything about that, because as Danya said, that if we don't even have an estimate of how many workers there are, how do you actually talk about that? What is going to be the contribution to in terms of employment, or in terms of the total workforce, or in terms of the GDP? So I think we'll have to wait a bit, as the others have also said.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. I'll move to Meenu here, who's joining from Bangalore. Meenu, given the conversation that have been there by all the panelists here, from an industry point of view, given Porter is there across India, pan India almost, with the different gig worker laws, what are the most practical compliance and implementation challenges that you foresee? Given that central code framework is there, and there are certain states which have also come out with.
Right.
And
Thank
in
you.
case you have any thoughts, sorry, but in case you have any thoughts on the role of intermediaries, platforms, you could also add that.
Sure. Thank you, Anirban. And it's great to be here and being part of such a great panel. I think, like Mr. Kazim had mentioned, this is definitely a landmark movement for labor in India. And I think when the codes got notified last Friday, I think it's an ushering in of era, which is going to be very interesting. And for several decades now, we haven't seen something like this coming, especially with labor. So, from someone who's been working in this space, it's exciting to see what is in store and how the center goes about it, and how the state foresee it. I'm going to I'm thinking from two perspectives. One is with respect to the code on social security, and then from the aspect of the state legislations which are coming in. Now, when it comes to COS 2020, I think one of the biggest challenges for platforms who are now there in 2025 is just that the codes were conceptualized in the pre-COVID era, if I may say, right? Which was around 2019, I remember, was the peak when a lot of these discussions were happening. Now, in like a 6 years time period, a lot of things have changed in the platform economy. A lot of, if you just look at how COS was envisioned, at that point of time, a lot of discussions were led by the ride hailing industry, etc. But now, in the post COVID era, we have seen the emergence of so many platforms within ride hailing as well. We have so many different models which have emerged in the past couple of years. The food delivery platforms have come into the ecosystem like never before. For players like Porter, which are logistics companies, we've seen a new boom of growth in the post-COVID era. E-commerce has changed drastically. But my worry is that how does the code really take into account the nuances of the platform economy now? I'm worried that it is taking a very myopic view of platforms. Like we don't have a very encompassing definition of it, and I think that is something which we might have to really see. As there was, we briefly spoke about the economic impact and turnover. I think that itself is an interesting aspect to look in because, see, for instance, if I have to speak about a platform like Porter, our turnover is very different. Turnover is calculated very differently from how, for instance, a ride hailing player like an Ola would be calculating. Our revenue is calculated in terms of our GMV and not our commission, for instance, for each ride, right? So that what that really means is that the contribution a logistics company like Porter would be giving would be 5 times more than what, say, a ride hailing company, which is much bigger in scale, would be giving. So I think that is where I feel like the center has to now bring in the nitty-gritties of the platform economy really well into the rule making stage. Otherwise, I think it's going to really hurt the business interest, and the growth which we are seeing might be really curtailed as well. So I think a more over-encompassing view is really required. Secondly, I feel like now the states are moving very rapidly on this front. Karnataka has been a torchbearer among states, even though Rajasthan was the first state. But I think Karnataka has really taken or led how the state narrative has shaped in, right? And I would actually say Karnataka has also been a state where they've had extensive discussions with all the stakeholders concerned in the past 1.5 years. But I think now the bigger challenge remains after Karnataka has done it, Telangana has approached it differently, Jharkhand is approaching it differently, Bihar has also come into the picture. Now, from a platform perspective, I think the compliance requirements across all these states are very, very different. The eligibility criteria for being part of the Social Security Board in these states are different. The data sharing requirements are different. So each state is viewing labor in a very different point of view. And I think when you're operating in, like, say, 10 to 20 states, the compliance requirements are very, very diverse. The discussions are very, very diverse. So I think for businesses, how do we really have that unified approach is something which is a big challenge. Now, especially with the code of social security coming in, which one takes the center stage is also something we'll have to see in the coming days. Um, the third point I think I need to put in, when we are actually thinking about the contribution framework, I think the states have to now start looking what is the North Star that we are chasing, right? What is the basket of schemes that we are looking in? If you actually look at the state legislations which have come in the past few months, none of them have been able to give us a clear idea, like it was done in COS, that what is the basket that we are broadly looking. COS looked at the basket, but we still don't know the specific schemes which would be rolled out. So I feel like when we have that basket is when we'll have a broad idea about what is it that we want to do, what is going to be the cost or insurance per worker, and then it would be much easier to go in terms of what should the cess collection formula be. At this point of time, it's the reverse. We don't have a clarity on what the state is exactly looking at. While there is a lot of discussion in terms of governance and compliance, I think the scheme framework is something which we don't have clarity. And the final one, I think, is with respect to, I think someone pointed out in the panel already, is uh, the awareness generation among gig workers themselves. I think that's a long way to go. We've seen how the e-shram registration numbers took its own time to trickle in, right? It's only recently that we've seen those numbers coming in. And as a platform which has engaged so closely with gig workers, and we've been trying to push those numbers, we've seen that on the ground, awareness about code on social security or Karnataka legislations, Telangana legislations have been very minimal. And that has broadly affected the e-shram registration numbers as well. So I think worker awareness is a huge thing. And finally, in terms of ensuring that all these mechanisms, be it state labor code or code on social security, is able to envisage a strong tripartite agreement, right? I think it's really, really important that there is trust being built amongst all the important stakeholders, that we are able to realize these framework in reality and ensure we are able to put it in its full potential.
Thank you, Minu. Thank you so much for your inputs. I guess something that comes out is there has to be a collaborative approach when it comes to and more like an unified approach. Uh, just bring around some numbers. Again, a government data which says that there has been, close to 17 crores of job over the last 8 years, 6 to 7 years that I've been there. Clearly, there is a big need of governance that is there, big need of regulatory framework that is there and required. So this gives me get on to my next aspect, the next theme of this panel discussion, focusing on governance, regulation, and platform accountability. Kazim, my question to you is, whereas the gig economy that often positioned as flexible, yet there are certain groups which face certain challenges in entry points. Interventions do you feel are essential to ensure that the gig workers is generally inclusive? And in terms of what policy aspect would you like to suggest to have that kind of an enablement to the gender equality thing?
Thank you, Anirban. So I think on the governance side, I think your question is very right. So we do see that members of marginalized communities or women workforce face a significant challenge when it comes to being able to access, employment opportunities in the gig economy. I think there, even with the labor codes, and I think a lot of the work being done by the industry as well has to be commended here. And I think some of the efforts which I would like to point out is number one on digital literacy. And this is a India problem. It's not a gig economy problem because, we know that members of marginalized communities or women don't have access to smartphones as much as men have, and especially, those who are not in the marginalized communities as well. So that's number one. So how do you build digital literacy? How do you build programs where you are able to give them this access? And also teach them in terms of how to use smartphones, right? And I think the effort by the industry is commendable because the workforce which is joining them is getting trained on using smartphones or getting digitally literate. But we are still not able to have fair gender balance when it comes to gig workers. So you have to ensure that safety goes hand in hand with access to employment opportunities, because especially for women, for example, I'm sure how many of you use Blinkit? I like people when they raise hands. So if people can raise, how many of you use Blinkit? Okay. So just keep your hands raised. Just probably 70% of the room. And I think amongst us, I'm a Blinkit, not a user, but an abuser. Because for everything, and I love cooking, and my partner can allude to this, I'll order three things. Then I forgot that I have to order dhania, so I'll order that again. Then I forgot that I had to order vinegar, so I had to order that again. So I'll make like 3-4 orders. That's not me on a daily basis, guys. It's just me once in a year. So the point is that 70% of the room uses quick commerce, and a lot of us, and I mean, I'm an abuser of this, but I haven't come across one woman delivery person. I don't know if you guys have come across. Okay, you have. That's great. But again, it's a minority because I think none of you have. I haven't. And Kriti from my team, I think she uses it 15 times a day. Kriti, I think you've not come across. And Akriti, of course, at least 25 times. So the point is, we need, and this is just for delivery persons. Let's go to cab aggregators. And it's very unfortunate that Blue Smart got shut down because that was my favorite ride hailing aggregator. They had some women. They had a few women, but most others, like I've not seen Ola, Uber, very few, hardly one or two. I mean, I can recall the day when I was given a ride by a woman driver. It's that rare, right? So access to access to employment is one thing, but you have to provide safety, security, and I think the fund should go towards making sure. I mean, already efforts like location tracking, for example, is being done by platforms, so which is good, which is a good practice. But we've also seen certain incidents, isolated incidents, where a Zomato delivery boy got beaten up by some drunken men because he was late or whatever. So how do you correct that? Now, these are also societal issues. It can or cannot be conflated with economy issues, but these are issues that have to be sorted out because you as a platform are deploying an army of vulnerable people on the road 24/7 who may be subject to violence, harassment at any point of time, not just for women, but even for men, right? And especially in the winters and with this extremely great air quality we have in New Delhi, it's even more dangerous. So can the fund, which Dr. Ray spoke about, be used in a manner that gives them that assurity that yes, there's a quick grievance redressal available for you, the police is available for you, these are the hotspots my riders are, and I'm sure they are able to track everything and they are on it. But I think these are some ideas which can be addressed. um, Access to technology, access to smartphone, I think is very important. And obviously, community-based onboarding is also something which the platforms should do, and they're doing, but more of this would be welcome. So I think these are some ideas which would go a long way to build trust among the workforce because, with the, I hope he's okay, with the employment challenges we have in India, and gig economy being an attractive employment opportunity for people to quickly move in, it's like a plug and play. The safety assurity is very, very important. So, yeah, I'll stop.
Thank you. Dr. Dhanya, if you could highlight or think about maybe any of the reports that VVGiri has done and where if there is any findings in terms of the governance angle, in terms of any such gender inclusivity angle, if you could throw some light on that.
So one of our recent report that was especially on women gig workers, and we have done the field survey of almost 350 women workers. Along with that, we compared it with the traditional workers, and it was almost 200 workers we interviewed. So what we understood that because in terms of income, so when you look at gig work, it is almost 57% of the women from our survey, they are earning almost more than 20,000 rupees. And in the traditional sector, you can see that almost most of the workers is earning almost less than 20,000. So this is the difference. Then we were looking at and why these gig workers are not entering into, these traditional workers are not entering into the gig work. What is the barriers associated with it? It's mainly, as Rizvi also was talking about, this digital literacy. That's one thing which is giving them a barrier to enter into this work. And along with that, some of the aspects, it is like safety and security. That's of course, and because it is a public nature of the work, and they will be always going into some of the unknown places. So this is another aspect. And then again, mainly this socio-cultural aspect, that the women, when they go to somewhere else. So how the society perceive it. So these all are the main reasons that we found in from our research. And for that, we suggested some of the like policy mechanism also top level, because even in the trade unions and everywhere, if you look at, you can't see any women in the leadership role. So they only can understand what is the real problem which the women is going through. Then gender auditing and all these aspects which we were suggesting, and the collective bargaining. Because when we were looking at the women in unions, it's much, much less, because most of them have the fear that ID deactivation, if we enter into this. So there are a lot of issues which, but again, it is a sustainable job for women because it provides autonomy and flexibility. This is the main reason why the women are entering into this kind of job. Thank you.
Dr. Ray, given that we have talking about digital literacy, given that we have also talking about safety aspect, how the fund should help. From your experience, any of the best practices when it comes to the data and algorithmic transparency and fairness should India adopt to prevent opaque task allocation or any unfair reactivation?
Right. So, one of the problems that has been also talked about by the other panelists is that though the gig work seems to be really favorable for women, one must recognize the fact that why are less women in the formal workforce, and that is something that India has been struggling for a long time. And what the gig economy is actually doing is that it is providing the sort of, in a way, the bridge between the formal sector and the informal sector. And many more jobs, of course, are now being created in the informal sector. Now, but with the informality comes the set of issues that, some of them have alluded to. The basic things is that, there is, of course, job insecurity and all these other things. But one of the other very critical thing that is often missed is basically the skills. Because when you are in a formal job, you are trained as part of that job. Now, what kind of training is really happening for gig workers? And of course, it will vary from industry to industry because it will depend on the nature of the tasks that they have worked on. So there are lessons that we can actually learn from other countries as far as training and skilling workers are concerned. Even with the training that we do, is we have to take in mind, the flexibility that women need, particularly as far as even the training is concerned. Because if you have a typical, 9 to 5 kind of training, women often cannot actually attend it like that. Because ultimately they are also homemakers mostly. So they are actually also, you have to take into consideration all those kinds of things. So there are a few, like the European EU regulations or the UK, recognition of the worker, that those kinds of things are there. But I think what we have to keep in mind that whenever we design these in more granular detail is that it has to take into account our reality, and it has to match in with what we can, how we can adopt some of those best practices. If we try to adopt those best practices like as they are, they will not work. And we've seen that in other instances that they have never worked. So we have to do that, keeping in mind that our realities.
Thank you. Clearly, I mean, India's structure and demographically is all different. Moving to have some perspective on industry side, Meenu, if you could help us understand if there have been certain initiatives that Porter has taken, skill gap, and if there has been certain mechanisms where any driver partner or any gig worker has come up to you to raise their grievances, how strong, I mean, what's that channel, and how how much the technology is used for it, and how much the gig worker is actually digitally literate, as Kazim mentioned, because if you are a gig worker, you need to at least know how to use a phone, yeah, and navigate the the apps and all. So if you could throw some light on that.
Yeah. So I think when it comes to uh, digital literacy, right? I think Anirban, like you rightly pointed out, it still remains a huge concern for sure. Now, especially if I have to give a quick snapshot about the demography of workers within Porter, for instance, our gig workers, we have three broad set of vehicle categories: two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers. Now, two-wheelers, as is the industry standard, the demographic is somewhere around 18 to 25. Now, that's also a group which is more digitally savvy than the other stretch of the ecosystem. Now we also have drivers who are in the 14 to 17 feet truck category, which is an offering which is very unique to Porter, right? And now that is a very tricky part for us, and that is also the bread and butter of our business. Now these are driver partners who are in the age group of 35 and above, or generally even 45 and above, right? Because asset ownership is key here. And this is also a segment where digital literacy is very limited. And now, as time has gone on, I think all the platforms have realized that, these instances of grievance redressal can't be just taken as ad hoc things, but it has to be institutionalized. And that is where I think technology and human point of contact both prevails simultaneously. Now, for instance, at Porter, we have a three-tier system wherein we have call centers, for instance, where in case of any unfortunate accidents or misbehavior by customers, because also we are only into logistics, we also find cases where, banned substances are, taken from point A to point B, and it also puts the driver partners in a situation where they need immediate legal or police aid, etc. So there are so many issues which we deal with on a day-to-day basis. So it's a three-tier system. We have customer care to start with, which ensures that there is real-time assistance which is provided as much as possible. We also now, along with this, we also have PGRCs at our city offices, where a driver can walk in and share what the concerns are, and we can ensure that it's taken care of. So city offices have definitely become a point where drivers are able to walk in to ensure grievance redressal mechanisms, right? And with time, we've also now, like I mentioned, three or four instances where drivers have grievances. But now, with time, there have been so many such cases which have emerged, especially with the customer base increasing, and with gig economy growing at such a fast rate. We have developed standard SOPs for each of this, and that is something we are trying to make our driver partners aware that in such cases, this is the grievance redressal pathway that you need to follow. But I think that said, there's a lot more work which has to happen in that space. And it's a constantly evolving process. We have to see now, tech is something which is growing. So I think as a platform, our request is to ensure that we're able to balance it out, where there is a human point of contact. At the same time, technology is going to evolve and AI bots are coming in. So that's a constant battle on how do we balance it out, right? And it's also, I think some platforms have done really wonderful work, for instance. So we also learn from best practices from other platforms as well as from other countries, for instance. So it's a constantly evolving aspect. And I think in terms of how we work with our driver partners, see, I think because of this demographic, we've also been doing some level of financial literacy, for instance, because how an 18 to 25-year-old looks at using his finances is very different from how a 40-year-old would be looking at it. So in the recent times, we've been holding financial literacy workshops for our driver partners across the cities that we are working. Road safety is something which is very prominent now across all these cities. That is also something which is working. We do try to have in-person sessions with the driver partners where they are able to share their concerns openly. So all our city offices do have voice of partners, and I think this is something which happens for platforms all over the platforms, right? I think, for instance, some ride-hailing platforms have come up with a driver advisory council, etc. So I think it's a quest where we're trying to work to ensure how this model can evolve. And it's important to understand that this is an area which is very important for platforms as well, because if we have agitated driver partners, it that is actually going to lead to more attrition. So with time, I think we are also trying to evolve practices which is benchmarked at an industry level to ensure that most of the things that we are aware of is taken care of by our systems in place.
Thank you. But clearly, I feel that the councils, advisory councils, have a larger role to play, especially when it comes to the point of creating awareness on the code framework and all. But thank you for your thoughts. I have last two questions before I open up for questions, and any panelists could answer this. First is that given that gig workers move across states, what is needed to ensure is true portability, and at the same time the benefits and the protection reaches to them in the new regulatory regime? What I mean, in this kind of a scenario, how will it impact when if it is state to state? Which state benefits will they get? Whether they come under the central one or with X state or a Y state?
Let me talk on. I hope everybody can hear. Actually, you might have heard about the e-Shram portal, right? And so through the e-Shram portal, I think Government of India is planning for all the central government social security, because e-Shram is not for the social security specifically, it's for the registration part. This is something which we should appreciate, because we are counting the, unorganized sector workers, especially gig and platform workers. Then the Government of India is now, it is connecting with, you must have heard that this health Ayushman Bharat program connecting with the gig and platform workers, because you will be getting an ID proof through this e-Shram portal. Then you will be availing this Ayushman Bharat program. So now with the state governments, a lot of consultations are going on so that the e-Shram portal can capture all these state government programs also and connected with these e-Shram portal. I think it would be very easy to, because if all the state government is agreed to do it, so automatically this e-Shram will be the platform where you can find out all these gig workers, and also you will be getting all the idea about what all the social security schemes are existing, and it will be easy for them to avail also. This is one of the aspects. But at the same time, I wanted to mention one more thing. In 2013, when I was in our institute, then the secretary ma'am given us a task for looking at the social security schemes of India, map all the social security scheme within 3 days. This is what she said. Gauri Kumar was the secretary, and I didn't know that there are a lot of, I was thinking during that time, it may be the 15 number. When I started mapping, I got to know that during that time, it was 45 central schemes and more than 700 state government schemes. So if we can look at all these things now, and Government of India is already doing that. So it would be automatically, you can map all these schemes and connect it with everything. There are a lot of schemes that emerge actually. So I think this is a very good idea. But at the same time, I have a final word that we need a universal social security for all kind of workers, because today it is gig workers. And you know that this world of work is always emerging and changing. And in this context, and any other kind of workers will emerge tomorrow. So it would be always better to go for a universal social security for all the workers so that all these problems will be solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dhanya. I guess in order to build a fair and future-ready platform economy in India, I mean, Kazim, if you were to answer is, what should be the main focus, the top 3 priorities for the next 5 years?
Thank you, Anirban. I think first is seamless operationalization of the rules, right? The code, sorry. And I think to what ma'am spoke about as well, and because states will have their own interpretation and their own ways of, coming up with the rules and designing and implementing the code, I think there has to be some harmonization at the basic levels of regulatory design whenever that process starts. So that's one. And as part of that, I think we need a co-regulatory mechanism and bring in the gig workers and the industry together to implement the codes. I think we must not have an hostile attitude towards each other. And I've observed that has been often the case. That should not be the case anymore, because this is imperative. Industry already is taking steps, but they have to now comply with the law of the land. The gig workers obviously have to work with the industry as well as, through their unions, through their setups to make sure that this is implemented to the T, right? So we need harmonization between all stakeholders and between the states as well. So that's one. Second point, I think, is around, activating the social protection program. And I think building security and trust as part of getting the new gig workers into the economic fold. We have to take more steps. I think technology is a great leveler. But at the same time, we also have to, design the technology and in a way that it protects, the gig workers as well. And I think third is probably, having a very strong redressal system or a feedback loop, both for the gig workers and the industry, right? I think both can learn from each other. There are things which industry is doing, which can be best practices, which must then be spread out and implemented on a national level. So what are those best practices when it comes to protection of gig workers or giving them the social security benefits or giving them the right digital literacy training programs or insurance or, security, etc. So if we can come up with a list and that becomes a baseline for all the new industry which is being created, of course, India's India's digital economy and the service economy when it comes to cab aggregators, food delivery aggregators, etc. It's just going to grow and grow more. And you'll have new startups now. Quick commerce is a new, thing for the last very few 2-3 years post-COVID industry, right? So every 5-10 years you'll see, and now with AI, algorithms will take such an important role in terms of how industry evolves. So I think we need some sort of best practices which have to be enshrined as part of the national implementation program as we go ahead.
Thank you, Qasim. I guess the larger focus is to have a more harmonized national implementation program amongst all stakeholders. That's very important. I open the floor to have question to the panelists. Anyone?
Do you think tech can help solve that? Is there something that can improve the failure rate? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So in fact, I've done a study on the looking at women's labor force participation and digitalization in the Asia Pacific. And one of the things that is constraining their participation is the time that they have available after unpaid and care work, because and it's one of the highest in the whole world. So basically the thing is that if there are 24 hours in a day, and if a woman is spending 6 to 7 hours of her time on these things, there's very little for productive activity. That said, that obviously technology can help, because and this is what in a way the gig or other kinds of things are helping, because if there is flexibility and she can do part-time over and above the things that she's already doing, I think that her inclusion can be.
Okay, I think with that, I'll just, any other question? Yeah, please.
Vote and the bargaining power of the.
I think bargaining power will increase for sure with these codes coming in. Yeah, so they can maybe bargain for getting most out of what they are looking for in terms of benefits, social security benefits, or the protection program which the codes are talking about. Because now it's a compliance issue for the industry. They cannot not do it, and they will be liable if they don't. So there will be penalties, consequences. So definitely gig economy workers, gig workers as a whole can bargain for more. But of course, to the level which the codes allow them to. So that's a conversation which I think the industry and the gig workers will be having as we speak. So yeah, I think overall it's a good thing. I mean, yeah, it codifies a lot of the good things which are already being done, puts a standard which has to be followed, and we hope that everyone will adhere to that standard.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think we are running out of time. Last two lines that I will just sum up this entire panel discussion. I simply believe that the future, when you talk about security, when you talk about opportunities, it's going to be all tech enabled. Digital literacy is going to play a very important role. Awareness will be the key for the gig workers when it comes to their rights and protection and benefits from this entire framework. The labor code actually mark a structural shift from a fragmented one. Now, I think the journey of harmonization and creating transparent digital first compliance aspects are coming into the picture. With this, I thank you all. I thank all my panelists for taking out time for this discussion. Thank you so much, Meenu, for attending from Bangalore. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Anupam Agrawal, who is the board member from PTI, to share the momentum with the panelists. Thank you.
People are coming. And last year I was, I think I was hoping with my parents. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Sure.
ये तो है ये people. In that case, I think I'll probably on the first. Kill Nareen, yes. Somebody wants to, yes. And we'll probably shift up. Yeah. Yeah. So we have to adjust 5 people here. But you are sharing again, I can probably. Yeah. And then there was a function. You need more of this. Yes, so you should be right professor or doctor. एक बार बता दो हमने खाली लिख के लिखा है he puts in his LinkedIn he spoke Mr. but everywhere else it's professor. I I'm not sure कि वो certificate पे ना वो लिखा है जैसे like श्रीमान श्री slash क्या कहते हैं नया नहीं it's just that अगर लगा है We'll just keep the chair here if you feel like it. Nice, if you feel like sitting, have a seat. If you feel like standing, stand. Then I think, मतलब whatever feels. वो वाला chair थोड़ा और corner में ठीक है इनका space थोड़ा सा ठीक है तो corner में थोड़ा space कर दीजिए इनका side कर दीजिए थोड़ा सा and I have to get there
Am I audible? Should I? Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to today's panel discussion, Technology as an Equalizer, Bridging Gender and Social Gaps with AI Innovation. I'm Avnika Nagar, Manager at Chase Advisors, and it is my pleasure to open this session, which is being organized by Chase Advisors under the India Internet Governance Forum as part of a broader effort to reflect on how India can shape a people-centric, responsible digital future. At its core, today's panel asks a deceptively simple question. Can technology genuinely act as an equalizer in our society? We know that technology has clear limits. Algorithms can encode bias, access is uneven, and digital systems often mirror existing power imbalances. At the same time, AI and emerging technologies create unprecedented opportunities. Assistive tools that enhance independence and dignity for PWD, vernacular AI models that break language barriers, and inclusive design approaches that bring women and underserved communities into the heart of digital ecosystems rather than leaving them at the margins. In this session, we will explore four broad themes. First, how assistive technologies, vernacular AI models, and inclusive design for women, persons with disability, and underserved users. Second, what it would take to significantly increase the representation and leadership of the above-mentioned stakeholders across the AI value chain, from research and product development to leadership and governance. Third, the types of policy frameworks, regulatory audits, and institutional mechanisms required to ensure AI systems are fair, safe, transparent, and accountable, as opposed to them being opaque and exclusionary. And fourth, the pathways for collaboration across government, academia, industry, and civil society. India is actively translating these priorities into action. As GPI Chair, India champions responsible AI principles and global South perspectives in international standard settings. The India AI Summit 2026, a flagship initiative on India's digital governance agenda, will bring together government, industry, and civil society to advance inclusive AI deployment and showcase vernacular models, assistive technologies, and sector-specific solutions. Most critically, India AI Governance Guidelines established the AI Governance Group and AI Safety Institute to embed fairness, transparency, and accountability across AI systems. Together, these initiatives operationalize the equitable, responsible framework that today's discussion aims to strengthen. In this context, we have curated an expert panel today that brings together voices from government, academia, and industry. They will help us unpack not only the risks and structural gaps, but also concrete use cases, design choices, regulatory innovations, and partnership models that can turn AI into a genuine lever for social and economic inclusion. With this context set, I would now like to hand over to my colleague Darshika, who works as a manager at Chase Advisors and will be moderating this important panel discussion today. Over to you, Darshika.
Thank you, Avnika, for setting the context. Good afternoon once again to everyone. I am Darshika. I have the pleasure of moderating this timely and much needed discussion on how AI can genuinely promote inclusion, not just by principle, but by design, deployment, and governance. Let me start by briefly introducing our speakers. Dr. Sapna Poti. She's the leading person for large-scale collaborations across government, academia, and multilateral institutions and industry to advance science, technology, and social impact agenda. She has played a pivotal role in building national innovation clusters, supporting R&D ecosystem, and strengthening platforms like Manthan and iKiran for research industry linkages. Second, we have with us Mr. Venkatesh Krishnamurthy. He's the country manager for India for BSA. Venkatesh leads policy strategy on AI governance, cloud adoption, cross-border data flows, and privacy. He works extensively with global tech companies and the government of India on enabling trusted, responsible, and enterprise-grade AI. We also will have with us Dr. Pallavi Bansal. She's the assistant professor at Times School of Media, Bennett University, and also research lead for Inclusive AI Lab. Dr. Pallavi is an interdisciplinary scholar working at the intersection of feminist media studies, digital labor, and AI ethics in Global South. She leads research work for the Inclusive AI Lab that focuses on studying and developing AI systems and policies through a lens of inclusivity, ethics, and equity. Lastly, we have Professor Nikhil Narain. He's a Chevening Fellow and Assistant Director at Cyril Shroff Center for AI Law and Regulations, and also the Assistant Professor at Jindal Global Law School. His primary areas of expertise includes AI and law, technology law, data protection, and privacy. And he's extensively involved in giving recommendations also to the UNCTAD at Geneva. I welcome all of you to this panel. Because I think Mr. Venkatesh has some urgent commitment, I would like to start with him as he would be also leaving early for the panel. So, Mr. Venkatesh, from your perspective and your work at BSA, I would like to understand how BSA's works with global and Indian enterprises. Where do you see AI as already improving inclusion, whether in hiring, skilling, accessibility, or customer experience? And also, what governance guardrails are needed to take this impact to the next level at scale?
Hello. Thank you. Thank you to Chase Advisors for putting this roundtable together. I have a commitment afterwards, so I have to be leaving a little early. So, I'll be messing the order up a bit. So, first, I think first question that you've asked in terms of how are companies looking at AI development, design, deployment, I mean, the full life cycle, and how that would enable inclusion, equity, and diversity as well. I think a couple of points that I would like to highlight. One, as the technology is developing extremely fast, the question that companies are trying to answer are at least twofold. One, how are you looking at deployment, which is important in itself, and how are you looking at development or design aspects? So I'll talk about how companies are trying to handle this vis-a-vis the three aspects that you mentioned. First, on design and development, I think there are three broad ideas that companies have sort of streamlined, I would say, over the last couple of years. So number one, making sure that the teams designing AI allow and account for diversity, inclusion, and equity, which means that firstly, even the people who are in the teams are staffed not just from one stream of, say, sciences or engineering, but across the ecosystem. So that means making sure your teams have English majors, you might have somebody from a linguistics expert. So even as you see, a lot of what we use in terms of phrasing, I mean, as we use these tools, it's phraseology in a particular language, which we are often translating. I'm not sure how many of you use Google Translate to speak across states in India, but actually the algorithm is pretty good, surprisingly. In fact, when I often remark that we use Google Translate when we go to another country. Often we should use it within the country to understand how much some of these tools have sort of developed in the last few years. So thanks to LLM models that have come and allowed for that diversity and inclusion from a linguistic perspective in this particular example to come about. So that's on the development and design phase. I would say broader teams using LLMs to kind of go beyond and above the one single language or two languages that you might be familiar with usually. So I think those are some aspects of the design and deployment stage. I'll just name only these two. And as far as the adoption goes, I think that's the critical path for all countries right now. What governments are trying to do is increase adoption at scale. And the assumption behind this is if you're able to increase adoption at scale, everybody will be able to contribute to the learning of these algorithms and more importantly, leverage the benefits at an early stage rather than having something baked in which they are it's unsuitable for their needs. So I think those are the two aspects of technology design and deployment that organizations are focusing on right now. And particularly guardrails, I think in the 2017 to 20 era of AI, I mean, it's kind of how I would like to break it. There was a lot of focus on trust with respect to bias, discrimination of data sets, and how you would look at some of those aspects. And in 2025, where we stand, things have completely changed. I mean, it's not like those aspects are not regarded highly, not considered very importantly. At 2025, the risks are very different. They're more consumer facing. You're looking at deep fakes. You're looking at issues around having content that is labeled appropriately, etc. So I think that those are some different challenges. Now, how do you get into making sure that participation from across the ecosystem, accounting for diversities in gender, class, comes into this newer era, is to make sure that I mean, at a very basic place, AI is safe and deployed well across communities, and there are basic guardrails within the IT Act or any particular legislation that you're looking at that you can leverage. So which means going back and tweaking, maybe giving, we don't have the definition of AI within the IT Act concept, right? So I think those are things that the government is actively contemplating. And as an industry association, we do mention that existing laws are often enough to tackle some of these issues. How can you do the gap analysis and then come up with amendments to existing laws? That's exactly what Government of India is also doing through AI, the new governance guidelines that's kind of already mandated. I'll stop here, maybe.
Oh, okay. So I would like to actually come back again and ask, like in AI, you recently published the AI adoption agenda for India. So what do you think are governance mechanisms that are needed to make it more inclusive?
Right. So we talk about in our submission to the so firstly, I think the governance guidelines document is an important document that's been put forth by both MeitY and the Principal Scientific Advisors Office together, purely because of the fact that governments across the world are trying to understand how do you navigate this new technology, given that every department, ministry wants to either leverage it or regulate it in some way or the other. So it's not a problem just in India. It's a problem across the ecosystem. Every country is trying to understand it. So first, good job at trying to set some sort of breadth and trying to advise ministries across and trying to give guidelines to every agency within the government. How can you look at governance guidelines from the perspective of inclusion? I think there are two concepts which are promoted even within this report. So the formation of the TPEC, the council where they are trying to get experts from across the board, I think that's a very important and significant step. Because as you see with AI development, even for the government, there are so many players in the ecosystem across the AI value chain. I think it's important to get everybody's voice in that council so that and the other body that's been proposed, which is an intra-governmental body, can work together to understand some of these trends. I mean, I know this is tangential to inclusion, but I look at inclusion from a societal lens, from a governance lens, which means that if you're able to involve enough stakeholders in these governance mechanisms, then inclusion will be a byproduct of that result. So I think that is point number one. Point number two is there are many frameworks already out there which look at aspects like inclusion, safety, security. Inclusion particularly, if you know, the OECD guidelines are something that I would say most of the industry trusts when it comes to inclusion. And this report also quotes the OECD guidelines at multiple references, including the AI Incident Reporting Monitor. But that said, I think to leverage some of these existing frameworks, the guidelines does a great job saying, where there are international practices, they would leverage it. So with respect to inclusion, I think what is being spoken about generally is to look at how often and how much of the testing is being done with a more representative population to make sure that this product is kind of market ready or sort of deployment ready. So I think those are aspects which, as best practices, which can be gently given to the industry. I think these guidelines play that role by giving those guidelines and giving some best practices to the industry to make sure that when the products are being deployed, that they're trained on a wider variety of data sets. Number two, that when there is a cross correction or correlation that's needed after deployment, that there is a process for the industry to do that. And then once the product is finally deployed, there are some benchmarks through global guidelines on that are being followed. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for this recommendation on having representation from different aspects of the society, be it academia and government. With that point, I would actually like to come to Dr. Sapna, where your office works actually across innovation clusters, center of excellence, and platforms like Manthan. In your view, what are the most critical ingredients for ensuring that India's AI innovation ecosystem is inclusive, particularly for women and underserved communities?
Uh, right from the AI mission, as Mr. Krishnamurthy mentioned, Office of PSA has been working on all the areas, and of course, trying to make it inclusive, trying to ensure that the challenges are met at a particular pace and so on. And the various ecosystems that we have developed, be it a digital platform like Manthan for you to outreach or rather reach the unreached, for instance, outreach your problem statement so that you get a solution and so on. Similarly, we also have programs like Uthan, which is upscaling of tier 2, tier 3 colleges for the holistic advancement of the nation. And here we are working with various tier 2, and that's also inclusivity because of the fact that most of the the platform problem statements which come from premier or large conglomerates are addressed only by the tier 1. So the tier 2 colleges get left out, and hence we are looking at capacity building, especially in AI areas. And women, of course, are included in this. And we also have a particular section on the platform for women. And in that, we have AI Kiran, which is our key partner. And we are taking most of these projects which are related to women researchers and women innovators through that particular section. And then, of course, we have something called the Rural Smart Village Centers because we feel 70% of India is rural. Even if you like it or don't like it, you need to include them. And here the villagers do not have the savviness or, they're not literate enough to come to the platform, select their technology or innovation on AI, what's going to be suitable, what's, ideal for farming, what's ideal for the self-help group, women, or even health for that matter, or assistive tech, fintech, education, all of this needs AI. And they cannot come on the platform and select on their own, and hence we felt that we should go to them, and that's why we are establishing rural smart village centers with philanthropic funding across the nation. We've done about 50 of them. We've got NABARD as our partner, and hopefully we will expand that as well. So that's how inclusive we are trying to make it.
Right. Dr. Pallavi, I would like to come to you and ask, in your research on feminist AI and digital labor, what examples do you have where AI is actually improving inclusion for women and marginalized workers? And where are the blind spots that you see that India still needs to address to reach the next level of equitable AI?
Thank you, Dakshita, for your Dakshika, for your question. Actually, I've literally spent like 5 years, researching about AI, feminist labor platforms. So I have so many examples. I'll try to limit myself here. So I did a PhD on ride-hailing platforms at Erasmus University, and during my PhD, I interacted with women drivers, which are just handful in India. And I realized, one of the important quotes which I frequently like to cite whenever somebody asks me is that when I spoke to this one of the early women drivers in India, she told me when she started driving, she realized that the panic button, the SOS buttons in cabs, is not present on the driver's side. And then she told me that, why it is not present on the driver's side, because when Ola and Uber, or for matter any other popular ride hailing platform, was kind of designing these apps and the cars, they thought, or they did not perhaps think, that women will ever drive the car. So that is why, the need for the SOS button was not there. Of course, now it has been included, how it functions, and all those areas are secondary. So this is how, what Mr. Venkateshwar also said, we are actually, leaving out particularly women, marginalized communities, when we are talking about design. So this is one of the examples. Then when I spoke to other women drivers, they told me that, so these women drivers are have often been relegated to, domestic sphere. So it has been very difficult for them to step out of their household and actually take up on driving. So when they actually think of driving or becoming a commercial cab driver, they prefer to drive on fixed routes. But if they're driving with a popular ride-hailing platform, so what happens is, of course, they'll be given any route to drive, and they're not very confident about it. So how do we include that kind of fixed route into the design? And secondly, they like to talk to human supervisors, so they do not want, a mechanical robo or an algorithm, who's giving them instructions, who's giving them ratings. They establish trust when humans are involved, and they like to still talk on WhatsApp over, again, humans who are giving them instructions, who are offering them some sort of remedies. So that is how do we include human supervisors again in when we are talking about technology. So I have often proposed this term called bridization. So how do we have a technology which is hybrid, which is also thinking about human supervisors? We probably don't realize this in our white collar jobs because we are still, humans are managing us. But when we talk about blue collar jobs, especially cab drivers, especially, in fact, salon workers, when we are talking about urban company, when we are talking about Ola and Uber, this has become a reality for them, that machines are kind of supervising them. Ratings are given to them, which is again very algorithmic driven, and ratings is in another ballgame, which I would like to discuss later. So in terms of AI at Inclusive AI Lab, also my team have been researching about how data sets in particular, what my other panelists have been saying, that how data sets can be representational. So one of the concrete examples I can give over here is that during the EU Find Horizon, Find HR Horizon project, so what my team did, they collaborated with computer scientists and asked a lot of people in Europe to donate their CVs. So around 1,100 CVs were donated to the Find HR project. And what they did, they built semi-synthetic data sets where when algorithm was kind of ranking down people, if they would have, for instance, they would have taken a career break, or they would have taken part-time break. So they realized that algorithms were ranking down in terms of hiring. So what they did, they built semi-synthetic data sets. And in their experiments, they found that when they are building such data sets, then obviously what is happening is these biases, especially against women, are coming down. So these biases are reducing. So one of the concrete examples is, of course, having representational data sets, having representational women or PWDs, having representational, basically, some kind of representation in the data sets. That is one of the examples. I think I'll stop here, but once you have more questions, I'll also give you more examples.
Sure.
So yeah, thanks.
Coming to you, Professor Nikhil, I would like to ask, as someone who teaches and advises on AI law on a daily basis, where do you see are the biggest legal and regulatory gaps that might result in exclusionary or biased AI outcomes in India?
Okay, thank you, Darshika. Good afternoon to the fellow panelists and to the audience. Although I'm not teaching and advising on a daily basis, but I somehow ended up writing 2 editions of a book, Artificial Intelligence and Law. And to an extent, what Venkatesh started with, that forget the Information Technology Act, I couldn't arrive at a definition of AI. So when we think of regulating something, I have seen people using the terminology AI as refrigerators or washing machines. And AI is not that. AI is step. Jim, Jim. equitable can uh, uh, that can be used by artificial intelligence systems or during the development. So when we have to talk about these aspects, we have to think about what are machine readable data and what are machine understandable data. We have a lot of machine readable data at the moment. Then we have to think about the other aspects of AI systems that today when we are using artificial intelligence, a panelist also mentioned about the natural language processing, talking to Google, it has become advanced. How often are we also thinking of the people who are being subjected to discrimination based on their not being in the mainstream when technology are being, in fact, there were a couple of and more than a couple of reports, if you know, there are now e-posts for getting ration. There were people where people who were workers, their fingerprints, trusted off, and they couldn't get ration because the biometric didn't work. So it's very easy to, sit here and talk about how we can make things equitable. But it's another aspect to look at the kind of demography and stop lifting from what West is doing and paste it in the Indian context. So I'll wait for your further questions, but these are my preliminary thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this excellent example. Coming to Venkatesh, I would actually like to ask from an industry perspective, what do you think, how much is our industry going ahead and doing for bringing more inclusion or like bringing more data sets for that matter, so that everyone ultimately AI is evolved through or is built on data sets, and what is the industry doing on building more data sets ecosystem?
Thank you. So that's a good question, particularly in data sets. So I think 3 points. First, data is looked at as infrastructure for AI. It's a part of what I mean by that, because earlier you were looking as data as something as a product that you would train a model with, etc. Right? Here, that's not the case. It's more like data as a part of the infrastructure pillar of AI. It's going to become more and more that way, at least for this phase. I think point number 2 is the unstructured data sets that are already existing across the ecosystem, whether in the government or in the private sector. The question is, how can we digitize that? I think that is also a simple, like, what are our simple wins? If we have to focus on that, I think the fundamentals are still important, which is, can we digitize the large swaths of data set that exists so that we can, so for example, if a particular model is now being trained only with, I'm just taking an example, private sector data, can we also get enough data from public sector, government, etc., to make it more holistic, right? So I think so that means policies like open data, etc., is something companies are actively supporting. And within the companies, I think the quest is to make sure that you're actively supporting programs that help with government modernization, private sector modernization, digitization, and helping the adoption of AI, of course, but more importantly, helping the adoption of technology. These are some of the simpler tools that if you're able to push forth, it's going to bring about more data into the ecosystem to train. That's number one. I think the third point was, that's the second point. So the third point I would like is also to borrow from Dr. Pallavi, where she mentioned about synthetic data. Now, this is an interesting space of development where companies are trying to understand, in fact, researchers largely are trying to understand what is the role synthetic data sets or data can play in the role of AI training. Because if you want to make it, I mean, AI is going to be an outcome of or a byproduct of existing biases in the system. So you might not be able to correct for it by being more diverse or more representative. That's not going to be possible because you're already, the raw data itself is a biased raw data. You can't take more raw data and make it less biased. It's going to be as biased or more accurately biased, if at best, right? So, which means you have to look at a completely different approach, which is training AI data sets with synthetic data, and there is a science that needs to evolve there. So that's being actively investigated by companies, but it's very early, at a very early stage now. A lot of companies are also worried about synthetic, when they have equally apprehensive about these synthetic data sets. So I don't know where those things will go. So I think that's another area. And the fourth, I mean, I'm just, these are few initiatives. I'm sure there are more. The fourth area where companies are actively looking at is partnerships. Interestingly enough, I pivot to the AI Impact Summit, right? So that's happening in February as Government of India prepares to do this exercise. Now, India's agenda here is very clear, equitable, looking at global south. And I think what is encouraged within the government and within the companies now is to share more examples of AI being used in global south or other similar geographies. Now, why I say that is, now if you're able to see those examples, it will encourage, basically encouraging organizations to think outside an economic lens to an adoption lens, to say that if you're able to use an example in, say, Thailand, or use an example in a particular geography in the global south, now it'll encourage other global south organizations, companies, governments to also adopt without having that fear of multiple, a misapprehension on job losses or misapprehension regarding data, leakage, etc. So I think that's fundamentally one thing companies are course correcting, which is to say, how can we spread that adoption across the global south, and that way automatically, it's an organic way to make data sets or AI more representative as it is being deployed. I think in that regard, I would definitely appreciate the AI Impact Summit that's happening in 2026. Even as we are trying to interact with the government on that, there's a very clear message that the examples need to fit all geographies and not just a particular geography. So I think those are all good ideas that companies are trying to fit into.
That's definitely true. Coming to the data sets and also what recommendations that are going to be feed into the AI Impact Summit, I would ask Dr. Sapna if you can suggest few recommendations that form part of the AI governance guidelines. I know it's already out, but there are different phases of looking at how they want to govern, include more sectors into this ecosystem, have different view of sectors like finance, how it's going to be included in healthcare and insurance, etc. So how do you see, like, what recommendations do you would like to give for the industry and also different ecosystem, government ecosystems to participate in it?
Yeah. So I think firstly, I would like to say that the data, more than the data being inaccurate, actually the data is missing, right? So, for instance, during the the pandemic, we tried to do something called the Kisan Mitra initiative from the office, and we requested all the ministries, Ministry of Agriculture, PUSA, as well as Ministry of Statistics, JAL, all of them to give us data sets so that we could make a middleware and we could make a AI tool for our farmers to get a cropping pattern and so on, right? So we requested Tech Mahindra to work on this. So while all the ministries, of course, found it difficult to initially share this data because we were giving it to the startups. But then since it was Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, obviously they could not say no. And so they managed to share all the data. But when on the ground, we tried to test the AI tool and with some of the farmer communities, we realized that most of the data was missing, especially with JAL. The water data, be it quality or quantity, was missing at the state level and at the district level. Similarly, we had issues with accuracy of data, of course, like a lot of cleaning and all of that. So across domains, it doesn't matter which domain it is. Across domain, what is going to be more important is ground sub data collection, and that is something the government has to do. I don't think industries or individuals can make much of a difference there. All of that data has to come from the ground, and that has to come by the government, be it health, be it water, be it anything for that matter. Health also, I think the PHCs hardly have any data. So, for instance, you have the best Ayushman insurance, right? The world talks about it. But how are you going to give it to people if there is no data on medical records or on their, what is their health uh, per se on that particular, moment when the insurance is being rolled out? So this is what is more important, that the governance input is largely to do with first collect the data and then do a sample test and purify it, and then finally do the AI. And it's across the domain. It's not specifically to any particular domain. Thanks.
Thanks a lot for this inputs on having actually the basis of this problem is how we can have a robust system where data from the grounds can be taken up, and more governance should be there on actually how that can be clean, and also should be representative of the all population that AI should be serving. So in that respect, given that you work with a lot of organizations in the data ecosystem, I would like to ask, Wei, how do you see AI reshaping social hierarchies, and what risks do you identify if gender and social inclusion are not part of the AI systems from this? This is for you, Dr. Pal.
I thought I thought you were asking this question to her only. Could you please repeat the question because I got it wrong?
Yeah. So actually, I want to ask, because we work a lot with data set ecosystems,
Yes.
and NGOs. I would like to ask how this AI is reshaping social hierarchies, and what risks do you identify if gender and social inclusions are not part of the AI systems from the start?
Okay, thank you so much. So, yes, that's actually a big problem that AI is only reproducing the social hierarchy, which has already been prevalent since years. I think one of the main reasons for this is because technology is still being made by people who have rarely experienced power cuts, who have not seen the roads, who have not seen the roads in the global south, who have not seen the lack of public transport in the global south. So that is the primary reason that AI is still designed for an average white male, and that is why self-driving cars are not able to detect women of color. So these are some of the problems which are still happening. And for this purpose, we keep on arguing about global south. We also need to understand what is actually global south, and how do we need to bring in global south or the margin to the center. So this argument which we keep on making during all our academic research is that why don't you start by bringing margin to the center? These communities have long experienced issues, and they are the ones who would understand how to co-create as well. So there's also this thing called Design Beku. So what they have done is they have co-created with frontline health workers. So these are some of the examples which we often cite, that why don't you co-create with the communities who would have actually, have some sort of lived realities. So that is how we are saying that, at least some sort of biases can be mitigated by bringing people to the center, by starting with them, by co-creating with them. And also, the world fails to understand that the informal economy is still prevalent in the global north also. So bringing that informal economy into the perspective, like 70% of the world's population is working in the informal sector, where they do not have fixed wages, where they do not where they still pick up the part-time work. So taking into account those people, starting from the scratch, that is how you can sort of mitigate all these social hierarchies. How it is still happening is because I would say that tech is being created in the US for an average white man, and it is still not considering women. or underserved, other underserved country, communities. We have still not reached there, because when I also started researching, it was a big area for me, that should I just consider women? Should I also include people with disabilities? And then I realized that, I can't even reach there because we have still not started including women. So that's the area I would just like to bring forth.
Um, Professor Nikhil, I would like to ask you if, from your experience with UNCTAD and the global policy research, what do you think are the international best practices in building inclusive AI?
Okay, thank you, Darshika. Although my work with UNCTAD did not have anything to do with AI, I was working on something called as a cyber law tracker. And there I mapped the data of 194 countries of e-transactions, cybercrime, data protection, and e-commerce law. And of course, to an extent, I can connect it with AI. But before moving further, the first example that I shared was not for fun when I asked about the female cricketer question. So now if you try to connect the dots with the discussion that already has happened, it's not about data. The question that I asked was from a data that is publicly available. Even right now, if you put that query in ChatGPT, you will still have biased output. Now, I did this experiment for almost 18 months, and I kept receiving those biased output. That's the first thing. Second is, I think Sapna ji would also can shed some light. The Indian government came up with something called as the NDSAP, the National Data Sharing and Access Policy. And they tried to come up with this, I think so. Their broader vision would be to create a repository that can get access to build AI systems or fuel these AI systems.
AI push now.
Yeah. So whatever is the ultimate goal is something that, because I'm not aware of what exactly is the work of it, because we are still struggling with the data protection law. The rules have been notified, published 2 weeks ago, how that is going to play out. But in terms of the internationalization of AI, which was your question, we have to think of AI not merely as, of course, they are transnational in many ways, because as Dr. Pallavi also mentioned, that most of these products that are developed or are developing are taking place in the US. So all your Perplexity Pro subscriptions and ChatGPT Go subscriptions, ये free है नहीं. To be honest, may appear free for you. It is not free. So it is something that can let these companies maneuver and leverage how an average Indian person uses artificial intelligence tools. So to make their systems better. So, and from there, I think Mr. Venkatesh talked about OECD principles. So those are some things that I also teach and I stress that most of the times when we can adopt a soft law approach instead of coming up with a hard law. So why do European Union most of the time it has this a very tough turf when it comes to technology, because they were the ones to come up with data protection. Now they're the ones to come up with the AI Act. So nobody who's developing or is in that ecosystem of developing products or innovating really want to be in that ecosystem, because these are all pressure points. So I think what India at this moment can also do, right now we saw a guideline coming out. I'm yet to look through it. But soft law can be the way forward, where we can still know that where all can we tweak the current laws if needed. And then we try to go about development. How can we include or reduce gender biases? How we can make AIs equitable? How it can be more accessible? And so on and so forth. So there has to be a starting point. And I think this can be a great starting point.
I think that's exactly what they are trying to do, address with the AI governance guidance, and also, in fact, take a whole of government approach where they'll be talking with different state governments as well and different sectors as well, if how they want to regulate or govern AI for their sector and the overall development in India. If you like to give everyone, I would open that question to everyone. One recommendation that you want to see to be part of the AI governance, how it's developed and deployed in India? What one recommendation would you like to give right now?
Make it mandatory to collect data on the ground for basics like water, health, and all of that.
Right. Make that also digital.
If I actually, okay.
So, if I have to say, I think I already spoke about semi-synthetic data sets. So I think representation is the one thing which I would strongly recommend, that we need to, before actually thinking of running the impact assessment test, that okay, how bias is being manifested in AI, as he also gave example of ChatGPT. I also did similar studies and I realized that how ChatGPT is kind of reproducing those biases. How about we take up the preventive approach? And first of all, instead of putting the machine or the algorithms out on the ground, how about we test it first? We have adequate representation and then bring it forth to people. So representation first.
Personally speaking, I would not stress that much about or on data. I think it's not also digitization that's the problem. I think it's more on the lines of standardization. Because most of the digitized data that we have are non-usable in terms of AI systems. Especially say I come from a law background, we have huge pendency of cases. You will be surprised to know that most of the pendency of cases are not in the Supreme Court or in the High Court. It's in the trial courts, where there is, of course, you say that the problem is not they're not digitized. All the filings or most of the filings, there have some electronic records. Sometimes what they do, they have this PDF, they upload this PDF. Now PDFs are not friendly, AI friendly, OCRs. So how we are going to move from digitization and start standardizing data set. One unique example I'll give you. There's a person I know works with one of the leading consultancy firms. And apparently she said that, do you know why in India, ITRs cannot be fully automated, income tax return filings, as compared to the US? Because of one aspect, rent receipts. We do not have a proper or a uniform format on which people or the taxpayers can claim exemptions. Unlike, say, a jurisdiction like the US, where there are more standardization. Same goes for the laws as well. Our laws, there are so many laws that are archaic. Those should be repealed. But they still exist. And they're all open for interpretation. So we have to do a lot of groundworking. But one recommendation, since you asked, I would stress on standardization, which will not be so easy. If not standardization, then decoupling of data.
It's a very relevant recommendation for this panel that we have. I would like to open the forum for any Q&As that you have. In that case, I would like to close this. Yeah.
So see, AI, of course, what AI is bad at doing is understanding subjectivity. So the more objective it gets, the better it is in terms of giving you results. So when you think of what is understandable versus what is readable, digitization is a great example of readability. But AI may not understand it. It is a digitized version or it can be digitized data. Then we move forward because the things are not going to get easy from here, because now we have a data protection law. We always had a data protection law, but now we have a concrete data protection law. Now the rules are notified. Now we talk about digital personal data. We talk about protection. So what kind of avenues should the government create in terms of a using of those data set? Because there are exemptions to the government. So all of these are important, but just to answer your question, I think that's a basic thing that has to be kept.
Thank you for your question. Actually, this is very personal. I would say that my PhD supervisor, Professor Pailora, who was supposed to be anyway here, so she keeps telling me, "Do not be so critical of AI. You know, AI can also do good. Do not be very critical." But whatever I have experienced, I somehow take that critical approach to AI because I have seen in health, education, or any other sector when we talk about automated decision making. So AI is not able to do that good of a job because AI is not that human and it will not understand what are the pressures of a human. So what you asked me, and I thought I'll talk about the rating example over here. So when imagine giving all these Ola Uber drivers, they're getting rated by passengers, but these rating systems, which are obviously automated, they do not realize that what kind of situation the passenger would be in that during that time. There's a possibility that they had a lot of traffic. There's a possibility they were in a foul mood, so that is why they just rated down the driver. So these are some of the areas which AI is still not able to manage, and that is why when we talk about automated decision making, I think even if we apply this to white collar jobs, so imagine being governed by a human by a non-human supervisor who doesn't understand that why do you need a leave. Right now I'm on a own duty leave, right? Would AI understand that? AI will not understand that. How many leaves would I need? How much I will need that? So I think automated decision making is becoming a problem, especially due to the biases as well. So for instance, if we see that in healthcare also, there are so many examples that when we talk about healthcare sector, so again, AI fails to detect that why. So AI has been actually declining insurances to women of color. So AI has been doing that also. So that is why it's still, I would say, a long road ahead when we can say that AI can be fully trusted to take that decision making. Right now, because we have to coexist, so I always recommend for a co-botization, or what we again say, that a co-human approach towards AI. Thank you so much. Yeah, yeah.
Just small add-on to Avnika's question, the answer. So when I teach AI, so I specifically teach my students, and also when I go to train in organizations, anything that has to do something with credit, insurance, health, justice, you need to give the right of contestability to the person who has been subjected to these automated decision making. And I don't think any AI in near future can become so accurate that you can rely on the output. I think the only best, or the best of the best AIs in decision making, or sorry, behavioral targeting, is the ads that you see on social media. You talk and you get ads. So that's all.
Sorry, like to say that it adds to echo chambers and filter bubbles. So I would also say that. So that is also a gray area.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the distinguished panelists, for their thoughtful insights, and the audience for engaging with this important conversation. What I understand, it's pretty clear right now that we need intentional design, strong governance, and inclusive partnerships to create a transformative pathways for equity. I would request everyone if you can join us for the picture.